caucuses. This is Huntley Brinkley time with Keith Olbermann and Chris Matthews. Countdown starts right now.
At this hour in Iowa, based on early entrance poll results from NBC News, Governors Huckabee and Romney are fighting for first place in the Republican straw poll. On the Democratic side, the early entrance poll results show Senators Clinton and Obama with initial support greater than the other candidates. Well then, we shall start. Which of these stories will you be talking about tomorrow? Key numbers already in: 32, 30, 23. The high temperatures in Council Bluffs, Des Moines, and Davenport, respectively. Good weather for good turnouts at the Iowa caucuses. As the doors close, Clinton, Edwards, and Obama, and no, not necessarily in that order. And what's a win if all three of them are within 6 or 7 points of each other?
We've said from the start that if we couldn't do well in Iowa, it would be hard for us to do well in other places.
Polling all over the place, but one survey suggesting where it gets down to second choice for supporters of Kucinich and such, Obama and Edwards gain a lot, Clinton only gains a little. Bill Richardson and Joe Biden both denying reports they would ask their people to float to Obama. Republicans, it's Huckabee in the morning polling by 6, unless it's Romney in the morning statistical model by 7. Nobody is ready to predict nothing.
We don't have to finish first here in order to feel like we've been successful.
I'm reminded of what Yogi Berra said. He said, I don't like forecasting, particularly if the future is involved.
Today, about the 20th time Romney has said that. Unfortunately, there is no evidence Yogi Berra ever said that. Why did they choose the way they chose from our NBC entrance polling? What it all means from Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert. What to look for, not so much in the results as in the spin from Chuck Todd. What the candidates looked like from Richard Wolff. What the races will look like now from Chris Matthews. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses. Finally, some meaningful numbers. And when I say meaningful, of course I mean meaningless. Iowa, the first day of the rest of your campaign. All that and more now on Countdown. And good evening from our MSNBC headquarters in New York. This is Thursday, January 3rd, 306 days until the 2008 presidential election, also known as the fastest 306 days in show business. The Iowa caucuses, the last vestiges of a labyrinthine 19th century political maze that used to end in the proverbial smoke-filled back room with favorite sons and 103rd ballots. The only remaining part of our system that truly looks like the 1912 Democratic Convention, where 100,000 Republicans participating in what amounts to a straw vote would be considered a remarkably large turnout, where Democrats can go in vowing to support one candidate and get cold feet or get talked out of it and have to cast an anything but secret vote that isn't really a vote, to award delegates who aren't really delegates, to establish a frontrunner who isn't really a frontrunner. As we await the interpretations of the entrance polling from many of the 1,781 caucuses, and we will have some more guidance for you momentarily, let us recap the last day of campaigning. Senator John Edwards, the man who came in second in the 2004 Iowa Democratic caucuses, hoping to better that finish tonight. Congressman Dennis Kucinich in 2004, having told his supporters to caucus for Edwards if the Ohio congressman did not meet the 15% viability threshold that time. No such luck for Senator Edwards this year. Congressman Kucinich having, as you know, thrown his support to Senator Barack Obama yesterday for a second choice. And no similar luck for any of the top-tier candidates in this race, the Democratic side of it, in securing the support of either Senator Biden or Governor Richardson. Both of those candidates denying reports today that they had also cut deals with the Obama campaign. In Des Moines this morning, Senator Edwards making the claim that his campaign finds success by doing without.
You know, two campaigns believed that their money would make them inevitable. But tonight, our caucus goers are going to prove that our campaign to stand up for the middle class and to stop corporate greed in America is unstoppable.
Two guesses on which two campaigns those might be, and we'll repeat what we told you at the top of the hour. The early entrance poll results from the Democrats in Iowa showing Clinton and Obama with initial support that is greater than the other candidates. One of those obvious candidates, Senator Obama, admitting on the Today Show this morning that his dream of becoming president rests heavily on doing well in Iowa tonight.
This is a straight answer. We do have to do well in Iowa. There's no doubt. We've put money, we've put time, we put energy. We've gotten tons of volunteers. And we've said from the start that if we couldn't do well in Iowa, it would be hard for us to do well in other places. So we are looking for a good result. I think it is going to be very close. I think that we've got a lot of strong candidates in the field. But what I've seen is that the people of Iowa are hungry for change. They want to bring the country together to solve big problems like health care and energy. And I think that our message has resonated. So we hope for a good evening.
Good evening. In Des Moines this afternoon, Senator Clinton and her family settling for a good lunch. The senator ordering the hot sausage plate and asking for the Italian dressing on the side with her salad. Her husband, the former president, citing voter turnout as the entree of tonight's caucus buffet.
No one really knows. No one knows whether it'll be 130,000 voters or 200,000 voters or something in between. And we'll just have to see. So, but I feel really good. We've had great people helping us. She's had a great campaign. She's done a good job. People came out and listened. We'll just see what happens.
On the Republican side, the other former Arkansas governor and son of hope, Mike Huckabee, looking beyond Iowa to tape yet another late-night television appearance, this time with our friend Craig Ferguson of CBS. But his main rival in Iowa, former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney, sounding more like a talk show comedian in his monologue. I'm sorry, in politics they call it friendly stump speech.
The politics are getting interesting. The polls show it's just neck and neck, down to razor wire. Tensions are getting high. And comments are being made that are really quite questionable. I saw just yesterday the chairman of Governor Huckabee's campaign said that he'd like to knock my teeth out. And my only comment on that is, don't touch the hair.
And we'll repeat the 8 o'clock update from the decision desk. Based upon early entrance poll results in Iowa, Huckabee and Romney are fighting for first place in the Republican straw poll, and Governor Romney might have more than his hair to worry about, according to the last batch of polling heading into the caucuses. This is stuff from last night and this morning. Governor Huckabee had expanded his lead in that poll to 6 points, according to the Reuters C-SPAN Zogby poll, which was released this morning. 31% to Governor Romney's 25%. Former Tennessee Senator Thompson in third at 11% in this poll, barely ahead of Arizona Senator John McCain at 10%. Again, this is pre-caucus polling only you're seeing. In the Democratic race, Senator Obama at 31%, Edwards 27%, Clinton 24%. It gets worse for Senator Clinton when that 15% threshold is factored in. Once those who supported the non-viable candidates are asked to name a second choice in, again, the pre-caucus polling. This is not even entrance polling material. That gap becomes even wider. Obama leaves 6.5 points. Edwards bounds 6 7/10. Mrs. Clinton would gain only 4 8/10 points. And according to the results of a complex statistical model built by Christopher Hull of Georgetown University's Department of Government, author of Grassroots Rules, How the Iowa Caucus Helps Elect American Presidents, the 2008 caucuses are estimated mathematically to finish like this. Among the Democrats, Obama 35%, Clinton 25%, Edwards 23%. The Republican field, Romney 39%, Huckabee 32%, Paul 11% in what would be a huge upset, and McCain dropping to fourth at 9%. With all those early numbers in, let's turn now to Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert, the moderator, of course, of Meet the Press, who's joining us from Des Moines. Tim, good evening.
Hi, Keith.
All right, no surprise out of this early details we're getting out of the entrance polling on the Republicans. Huckabee and Romney fighting for first place in the straw poll. We kind of knew that. Interpret for us this other statement that the early entrance poll results for the Democrats show Clinton and Obama with initial support greater than the other candidates. That would mean Mr. Edwards.
What we think it means, Keith, is that leading up to tonight, if only hardcore Democrats showed up, that would be good news for John Edwards. With Obama and Clinton apparently doing better than Edwards, it's an indication that we're seeing bigger numbers of women, young people, and independents. We don't know how many in each of those categories. When we do, we'll be able to figure out who's going to win this thing. If it's tilted towards women, huge boost for Hillary Clinton. If there's a big bump up of independents and young people, that's good news for Barack Obama. This could be a very, very interesting night as it plays out, because as much as people say it's only a point here or a point there or 3 points there, psychologically, a win is a win is a win. coming out of Iowa, heading into New Hampshire.
Having said that, how likely is it that the Democratic results will be in that range that you just discussed? 1, 2, 3 points covering 3 people, or even 7 points covering 3 people, so tight that 2 hours from now and all day tomorrow and all over the weekend, we'll be hearing from 3 candidates who are talking either about victory or virtual victory.
Absolutely. But you put your finger on something very important, and that is the second choice. Many of the lower tier candidates, Bill Richardson, Joe Biden, it's in their interest to try to keep this campaign going, to live for another day. And there's a sense here that if Hillary Clinton wins Iowa and then goes on and wins New Hampshire, this nomination race could be pretty much over. If, in fact, Obama wins here and then goes into New Hampshire, the race goes on to South Carolina, to Nevada, and to other places. So those second-tier candidates tonight could play a critical role if they begin to move their choice en masse to Obama or Clinton. And that's what we have to watch for early on.
If the conventional wisdom, Tim, was that Mrs. Clinton would get the least support in terms of those second choice considerations, and we're seeing, again, it's very early information, it's entrance polling, it's very soft material. It can change because people will tell you one thing and intend to do it, and then they get into the caucus and change their minds utterly or go to a second choice. But if it's Clinton and Obama and not Edwards, did this whole construct about what would happen with those second choices just fall apart because Clinton was not supposed to get support from those people?
We could. We just don't know. But if those lower tier candidates think it's in their political self-interest to keep the campaign going, and therefore they want to assist Obama, that will be a significant political story. And the other one, Keith, I think we have to keep watching here is these independent voters, not only who they vote for in the Democratic primary, but how many decide to vote in the Democratic primary. This is a state that Al Gore won in 2000. George Bush won in 2004. If independents decide tonight to vote overwhelmingly for the Democratic candidates as opposed to the Republican candidate, it's a very strong indication that come November, this swing state of Iowa could really tilt blue. And that would be very bad news for the Republicans in a general election.
From your mouth to the facts, the first number, official number we have tonight is this video that we're looking at right now. That is a live picture that you're seeing on the screen from a caucus site in West Des Moines, Iowa, where the official number of participants at the Democratic caucus site is reported to us at 267, Tim, in the same caucus site in 2004, the one that eventually got John Kerry his props from Iowa. 267 tonight, 86 4 years ago. Can you extrapolate off that in terms of turnout?
Let's see. Sister Mary Lucille taught me that's 3 times as many there, Keith. Yeah, we are getting anecdotal evidence all across the state that some facilities are just bursting at the seams. They can't get the people in the rooms. Who are those people? It seems to be, based on our early data, with Clinton Obama neck and neck, it's a lot more women, a lot more independents, and a lot more young people than voted in 2004. How they divide up in those 3 critical areas will determine whether Obama or Clinton wins the Iowa caucuses.
All right, let's look at the Republicans. We don't mean to give them short shrift, but we have less information because Huckabee and Romney fighting for first place in the straw vote. Well, yeah, we sort of figured that from the start of this. Does that imply that John McCain is not going to do the vampire act here, or how do you read that so far?
Well, it's interesting. There, the key number, I think, Keith, is evangelical Christians. What percentage of Republican caucus goers are evangelical Christians? Because they will break heavily for Mike Huckabee. John McCain is hoping here for a 3rd place finish, even a distant 3rd place finish. He just wants to be able to say, I won the bronze in Iowa. And he and Huckabee have been working in concert. Huckabee basically saying, I'll take care of Romney in Iowa. You, McCain, take care of him in New Hampshire, and then we'll end our friendship by going after each other in South Carolina. That's what's playing out here in the Republican Party. If Romney loses Iowa and New Hampshire, he's in grave difficulty. If he wins Iowa and New Hampshire, he's well on his way to the nomination.
About 3rd place, though, Tim, what if it is not John McCain? Could it be Ron Paul, and what would that do to the rest of the primaries for the Republicans?
Oh, absolutely. You know, leading up to tonight, I think Paul undersamples in many polls. And looking at some of the numbers leading in, you could really see Ron Paul capturing 4th place here. And then you go to New Hampshire, where if it's a McCain-Romney battle, Giuliani has basically pulled out. Huckabee does not have great support there. You could see Ron Paul coming in perhaps 3rd in New Hampshire. He raised more money in the 4th quarter than any other Republican. Ron Paul is in this race for the duration, no doubt about it.
Let me ask you lastly, Tim, about the process. The Republicans pretty straightforward in Iowa, but as I suggested earlier, the Democratic caucuses are still the closest thing extant that looks like the 1912 Democratic Convention in Baltimore and Chap Clark and Oscar Underwood surprised by Woodrow Wilson. Is this caucus process a good thing or a bad thing at this stage for our presidential process, and is it still going to exist in 2012?
I think it will. Iowans really believe this is important, that they play this lead role. The actual process tonight could be confusing to people on the Democratic side, as you mentioned, Keith, because they do go stand in corners. And if one candidate doesn't get 15%, you try to lure them into your camp, make your majority bigger. But leading up to tonight, I have to tell you, I went to a ton of events around the state, and it's very impressive how these citizens really ask demanding questions of these candidates face to face, and they ask follow-ups. It reminds me of ancient Greece, to be honest with you, what I read about going around from town to town. And it's the last time we really have an opportunity to see people ask presidential candidates tough questions before the candidates win a nomination and get put in the bubble. There'll be a lot of talk about a regional primary, a lot of talk about a national primary, but Iowa and New Hampshire will say to potential candidates, if you don't support us going first, and it turns out we still go first, you're dead in our states.
Tim, if you get any of those good questions, write them down, email them to me so we can use them later on in the campaign. Tim Russert, NBC's Washington Bureau Chief, moderator of Meet the Press. Great thanks. We'll talk again later tonight, I hope.
Thanks, Keith.
The results. One thing is clear, whatever you think they mean, the key Democrats have a slightly different interpretation. That is a live picture from the caucus site at West Des Moines, Iowa, Westridge Elementary School, where turnout is about 3 times what it was or more than it was in 2004. And the key Republicans, can John McCain do better by finishing 3rd than Mitt Romney could do by finishing 2nd? Unspinning the spin in advance next. You are watching Countdown on MSNBC.
If we all lived here, we wouldn't have to worry about what's in our water. But most of us live here. So we need the Brita pitcher for healthier, clean-tasting water.
Kill the cough. Halls with vapor action. Starts working in 10 seconds.
Hey, man, it's your turn to get in the game. If I can lose weight, so can you.
It was easy. The weight started falling off, and I started feeling great about myself.
Losing never felt so good.
It's time for you to lose weight, too. Order Nutrisystem Advanced, and we'll ship you 4 weeks of delicious meals. Plus, get free membership, free counseling, and free shipping. But wait, call or go to Nutrisystem.com/70 to find out how you can get 70 extra meals absolutely free.
It is a fiercely guarded spot, the first in the nation, Iowa caucuses, but ultimately don't they only mean what you watching and us talking agree that they mean? In both parties spin, a win is a win, but a strong 3rd could also be a win, and 2nd can be a loss. And the latest from our decision desk on the early indicators out of the entrance polls, including Huckabee and Romney fighting for first place among the Republicans, and Clinton-Obama with the initial support greater than the other candidates among the Democrats. All that's next. This is Countdown. In all due modesty, the primary target for candidates of both parties tonight is neither Iowa nor New Hampshire, but, well, me. Me and, of course, the rest of the national media, and thus ultimately you. In our 4th story tonight, 1st and 2nd-tier candidates alike did not wait for the results to begin spinning them, fighting to remain viable in the eyes of the mainstream media, that engine of so much momentum, and money. The most obvious spin, of course, lowering expectations. Senator Clinton's campaign, for instance, suggesting even a 3rd-place finish would be just super, reminding us that she started off in single digits in Iowa in a poll done so long ago, no archaeological dig has managed to locate it. Without winning in Iowa, former Senator John Edwards will face media questions about failing to capitalize on the strength of his 2004 showing in that state, and probably won't want to respond that those same media have fixated on the easy narratives of the Clinton-Obama clash. Obama, for his part, not fighting to lower expectations. A top advisor telling Politico.com his internal polling put him in the lead, even as he, like Edwards, sent signals he'll be in it past Iowa no matter what. Let's turn now to NBC political director Chuck Todd, joining us from the Polk County Convention Center in Des Moines tonight. Our involuntary quadrennial salute to the man for whom the county was named, the famously testy 11th president of the United States, James K. Polk. Chuck, good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's the beauty of Iowa. They have 99 counties, so I think we almost have a county for every president.
As the polls tightened up in those 99 counties, Senator Clinton tried to cage her bets by dropping the inevitability argument and suggesting that in Iowa, anyway, she might have a smidgen of evitability, which should not be confused with evitability. But what rationale has her camp preemptively offered for a possible Obama victory tonight? What does she do if that happens?
Well, a few things. I think you've seen Terry McAuliffe, for instance, go out there and remind folks it took Bill Clinton 5 or 6 primaries before he ever won anything in 1992. So this idea that, you know, things are going to drag on. I think you're going to hear, I'm already hearing trickles of being told that they're sending key staff to these February 5th states, places like Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, California, again sending signals that, you know, this is just a one-state deal. This is not going to decide the whole thing. This thing goes on. And then I think, you know, I'm already hearing whispers about this idea that, you know, if Obama does do well here, and it is on the backs of independents and maybe even a few Republicans, that, hey, wait a minute, you know, Democrats haven't had their say, and that among Democrats, Hillary Clinton is still doing well, and shouldn't it be Democrats that decide the primary? So I think that some form of all of those spin is probably where the Clintons are going to go tonight. If things don't go well, of course, we're hearing that things are very close.
All right, stand by. We're going to pick up that thread in a moment, Chuck, but we want to get the breaking news out of Des Moines, where NBC White House correspondent David Gregory is standing by for us. David, good evening.
1 times 5 divided by 267.
Technical problem with David Gregory. That's not him projecting his voice overward. We'll try to get that straightened out and go instead back to Chuck Todd. All right, we'll pick it up here on Obama and the outsiders argument. If that's the root, if something goes wrong for Hillary Clinton tonight, is there not an undertone to that, which is she's implying his viability in the general election because of an ability to bring in outsiders?
You know, however, if you recall, Keith, 8 years ago, Bush made a very similar argument against John McCain because it was outsiders, it was independents, it was non-traditional Republican primary voters who were propelling McCain in places like New Hampshire and in Michigan. So, you know, we sat there, you said, well, you know, isn't Bush making the argument that McCain is more electable? Sure, but you can make that argument into a smaller, where some of these Democratic primaries are Democratic voter-only primaries, won't allow a lot of new voters in. And so, look, that argument can work in a primary. You can do a litmus test like that, and that stuff can work. Yes, electability usually does mean more to Democrats than it does Republicans, so it's a harder case to make, but it's one you can make.
Stand by again, Chuck. We're going to interrupt you again, and with the technical glitches fixed, go back out to David Gregory. David, good evening.
Hi, Keith. People wonder what a caucus actually looks like. This is it. Precinct 214, West Des Moines, Westridge Elementary School. You see what's happening behind me. This is the final stage. They've determined who's viable, who's not. Now the question is how many delegates. It's about how many people actually show up. Huge turnout here is the story. 4 years ago, 86 people crowded this library at the elementary school. Tonight, 267. This is a Republican part of the city. It shows you independents, maybe even Republicans, are caucusing as Democrats. All these people gathered around the party chairman, who's now going through what the hard count is to determine the delegates, and the various camps for the various candidates assembled out there. They're waiting to find out how many delegates. It's a small piece of the very big story here tonight. Keith?
Talk about retail democracy in action. David Gregory at Precinct 214 in the Iowa caucuses. Thank you, David. All right, let's go back to Chuck Todd. How is this spin going to be affected by what we've seen so far? And again, 17 some hundred precincts, caucuses going on. We have one where we have a hard number of 264 showing up as opposed to the 86 4 years ago for the Democrats. So
right.
3 times the number. But presuming that's not a total aberration and there is heavy turnout
right.
among the Democrats, how does that factor into the spin when somebody wants to say, well, this is why I didn't win?
Well, I think that, you know, part of it will be, well, you know, there was, you know, new voters came in, you know, they weren't necessarily rank and file Democrats. Look, it's not an easy case to make. And then, you know, particularly because, for instance, in the case of Hillary Clinton, she wanted some new caucus goers to show up too. She wanted them to be women, and they had spent a lot of money, particularly some groups on her behalf. Emily's List in particular tried to spend a ton of money getting new women to the caucuses. So, you know, like you said and you're implying, it's a tough thing to do.
NBC News political director Chuck Todd at the Polk County Convention Center, who will now go and light a candle in memory of the late President Polk. Thanks, Chuck, and thanks for your forbearance with us.
Fair enough, Keith.
We are expecting some results from the Republicans in the next half hour, we hope, and more data from the entrance polls and what the Democrats intended to do when they went in. So far, it appears Clinton and Obama are fighting for initial support greater than the other candidates. All that next. This is Countdown. From MSNBC headquarters in New York, this is our continuing coverage of the 2008 Iowa caucuses. As suggested, this was a day of intense turnout. A Democratic frontrunner will be anointed by 1/1200% of the American population. Our early entrance poll results, Clinton and Obama with initial support greater than the other Democrats. A Republican looking for that mantle of leader fears a heavy turnout. Mitt Romney's Iowa campaign chairman, a heavy turnout would be 80,000. Our early entrance poll results there, Romney and Huckabee are, as expected, fighting for first place. What is this bizarre process on which we are focused tonight? Chris Matthews will join me at the anchor desk. That's ahead, but first this breather. Countdown's top 3 best persons in the caucus world. Number 3, best taste. You, Mr. and Mrs. Book Reader. For the second time in as many days, we are reprinting the special comment book. Due to the great demand, that's 4 printings. We're advised the book will debut on the New York Times bestseller list weekend after this at number 19. End commercial. Number 2, best attempt to turn Anderson, Indiana into a banana republic. Former Mayor Kevin Smith denied re-election last November, but he claims the new mayor, Chris Ackerman, was improperly sworn in on Tuesday. Ackerman wasn't a city resident, he says, the time required before the vote. His lawyer says ex-Mayor Smith won't interfere with city business, but intends to, quote, rule from exile. Nobody's saying where the exile will be. Could be Muncie, could be Kokomo, or maybe he'll go so far as to cross the state line and rule from Beavis, Ohio. And number 1, best delusion of grandeur, Lou Dobbs of CNN. Senator Clinton decried anti-immigration commentators asking, does all that hot air accomplish anything? Dobbs assumes that means him and responds, candidates that pander to both extremes are, as far as I'm concerned, abject fools. And that's saying something, considering it's coming from a guy who makes his money by bashing illegal immigrants, then spends his money at horse shows where his daughters compete and the poop from their horses are picked up by illegal immigrants. Our third story in the countdown, the first hard numbers from the Iowa caucuses. They are very preliminary, but let's go to them immediately. The Democrats first at 8% of the caucuses reporting. This is overall support. It's very early, and it does not exactly dovetail with the early entrance poll results. As you see, Edwards 35, Clinton 32, Obama 30, with 9% now reporting on those stats, and the numbers widening a little bit to Edwards at 39 now. Clinton 38, Obama 36. Very heavily weighted in the early numbers to the top 3 candidates. On the Republican side with, let's see, numbers are a little stronger than that. There's additional Democrats, sorry. Richardson at 2, Biden at 1, Chris Dodd at 0. Gravel, Kucinich, and uncommitted also reporting at 0, by the way. The Republican side with 2% of the caucuses reporting. Not a surprise at the top right there. Huckabee and Romney fairly close, 33%, 24%. That, of course, a straw vote, not a caucus per se. Fred Thompson, early on at least, with the numbers to hearten his camp and supporters. McCain in 4th, just ahead of Paul. And Giuliani with 2%, having not campaigned essentially in the state. The first hard numbers out of the GOP the straw vote and the Democratic caucus in Iowa tonight. The last 4 American presidential candidates, Kerry and Gore, Bush and Dole, have one thing in common: victory in Iowa. We'll be awaiting word any time now of which Republican, barring a Pat Robertson-like upset. It would be either the Massachusetts governor, Mr. Romney, or the former Arkansas governor, Mr. Huckabee, has won the Iowa caucuses this year, with Democratic results, we hope, not far behind. The weather in Iowa today, relatively moderate for January, just below freezing, pointing to strong turnout tonight. There are really 4 races playing out this evening. In each party, one group fighting for first, and one group is fighting for, hey, look how I didn't suck so badly. In the first group, the final polls going into today's caucuses had put Senator Obama at the lead of the Democratic pack, former Arkansas Governor Huckabee ahead of his Republican rivals, several of whom decided long ago to bypass Iowa, some of them perhaps regretting that decision tonight. Not bypassing Iowa tonight, MSNBC political analyst Richard Wolff, who's also, of course, senior White House correspondent for Newsweek, joining us from the now inevitable Polk County Convention Center in Des Moines. Richard, good evening.
Good evening, Keith.
All right, we've heard from most of the campaigns, in particular Clinton, Obama, Romney, about the importance of turnout. We have that one precinct, number 214 among the Democrats, where it's 3 times what it was in 2004. Any idea at this point what turnout has been like throughout the state and what effect we should be expecting?
Well, I'm hearing some early word from the Obama campaign where they say the turnout is so heavy that it could reach as high as 200,000. To put that into context, it was about 120,000 in 2004. So that would be, in the Democratic terms, a blowout. Which obviously, according to our pre-existing models, would benefit Obama himself, but also Hillary Clinton, because she's been reliant on new voters too. I just want to add some other number to put into context as well. 200,000, a big turnout, is still only around 1/4 of the number of voters who showed up to vote for John Kerry in the general election. So a big turnout in the caucuses is still not anywhere close to half of the Democrats in Iowa.
And yet, here we all still are. We have the latest characterization, by the way, Richard, from the NBC interpretation of the entrance poll and early precinct results. On the Democratic side, the results show Obama with a lead and Clinton and Edwards vying for second place. And based upon the, again, same entrance poll and early precinct results, Huckabee is leading Romney in the Republican straw poll, as we saw from those early numbers as well. In that context, or just in any context, whose organization shined today particularly?
Well, look, getting new people out to the caucuses is not easy. It's a difficult process. There's a lot of voter education that has to go on. And remember, the caucuses are there as a party-building exercise. So if Obama has been true to his community organizing roots, and they have got up to a 200,000 turnout, that's a phenomenal performance for a guy whose name, even a few months ago, was really unknown by as many as 1/3, maybe even half the voters in the state. So, you know, that would be a significant achievement for his part, just in terms of turnout. Of course, winning is the key, and the other prize, the booby prize, people don't want to get is 3rd place. In many ways, this is a contest not just about winning, but avoiding 3rd place.
Newsweek's White House correspondent Richard Wolff at Des Moines. Thanks, Richard. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And every 4 years, of course, it's the same story. Entrance polls, exit polls. This is the one time we get to say that intriguing phrase, entrance polling. We're beginning to get the numbers, as you saw. We're beginning to get the reasons. Nora O'Donnell will join us in a moment with what they're saying they did and for what reasons. And which of these candidates will do the most talking about it tomorrow? Rube Goldbergian, less a vote than a beauty contest? Whoever wins will happily take it. Countdown and MSNBC's coverage of the Iowa caucuses continue after this.
2008.
Here we go.
The year everything changes.
We will see history made this year.
And MSNBC leads the way to the primaries.
Candidates are on the attack.
The conventions.
Live from Democracy Plaza.
And the main event. The biggest presidential election of our lifetime.
This is so inspiring.
In 2008, take the journey with America's fastest growing news channel, MSNBC.
Huckabee is leading Romney in the Republican straw poll. Obama in front in the Democratic caucuses in Iowa. Clinton and Edwards vying for second. Those are the results so far from the entrance poll and early precincts results. But as to the meat of why people are doing what they're doing or did in the Iowa caucuses and that straw poll, Let's go upstairs to the analysis desk and Nora O'Donnell. Good evening, Nora.
And good evening to you. You know, this election has been about change versus experience in many ways. Well, we're learning tonight which quality voters prefer. In fact, 51% say they wanted a candidate who could bring about change. 20% want a candidate who has the right experience. About the same amount, 19% want someone who cares about people like me. And as you've talked about, Obama has a lead at this point. Clinton and Edwards battling for second place. So we're learning more about those particular qualities. First, Hillary Clinton. Among the voters who care about experience, 52% are throwing their support to Hillary, while 40% of married women who came to the caucus also behind her. 36% of those who want a candidate who can win in November think Hillary is the candidate for them. Now, when it comes to Obama, this is really interesting. 49% of those who say they want a candidate who can bring about change. 58% of his support is coming from people between the ages of 17 to 29. That is significant, Keith. And while it's too early to say at this point how many young people came out to vote, we can tell by these entrance poll numbers that he has a great deal of support among those young people, that he certainly has been courting this campaign. Keith?
Nora O'Donnell analyzing the entrance polling for us tonight. Great thanks, Nora. And we're going to be back in a moment. Chris Matthews and I are going to wrap up this hour of coverage. We sum up what is beginning to move quickly in Iowa on both the Democratic and Republican fronts, and we'll wade waist high into our formal coverage of the Iowa caucus and straw vote next here on MSNBC. And we continue to get early dribs and drabs of the hard numbers from Iowa in the Democratic caucus. It couldn't be, as they say in sports, any closer. If you were expecting a closer race than this, we're sorry to disappoint you. Edwards at 33%, Clinton at 32%, Obama at 32%, and that with about 1/4 of the caucuses reporting. The numbers are still fairly low in terms of actual votes. Among the Republicans, though, as we begin to get into the thousands of votes cast, Mike Huckabee leading Mitt Romney by 36% to 23%, with Fred Thompson early on showing strongly for the third place race anyway at 14%. Again, this is with 15% reporting from the Iowa Republican straw votes. Just to round that out for you, McCain 12%, Paul 11%, Giuliani 3%, Hunter none as of this hour. And it's time for me, with great pleasure, to bring in my co-host for the evening's festivities, Chris Matthews, of course, of MSNBC's Hardball. Your impressions so far here? I mean, obviously, turnout is an issue, but what else?
A big turnout. That helps Obama. It's good for democracy. We'll see. I mean, this is early. These numbers are very close, as you point out. I mean, we're going to know who wins, and who wins is going to decide it all. This, if Obama wins this caucus, it will be the biggest political story in maybe 20, 30 years out of this country. It'll be a story certainly as big as Ronald Reagan defeating Jimmy Carter. It will be a story about a change in political direction for the country. A shot heard around the world, if you will. Barack Obama, son of Kenya, as well as America, with Kenya in turmoil right now, to be a son of that country, to be over here as a candidate for president and to win the Iowa caucuses is a change of American history. There's no doubt about it. And there's no way to read it except as a rebuke to President Bush. This is seen in the world as a man who represents the kind of a third world view of the thing, of issues like Iraq. He looks at it as a member of the world community, not just as an American. Not a our way or the highway sort of person at all. Very much a member of the world community. And I think that the world will be very happy to hear this.
Most of what we've seen over the years from Iowa, Chris, has been about interpretation and momentum, because these are so, on the practical scale, almost irrelevant to the nominating process. They're about momentum and publicity and who gets to wear the badge and who gets to wear the yellow overall here, the yellow vest as they bicycle through the Tour de American politics. But what happens if those numbers were to hold up in whatever order, where the Democratic vote is split 34, 33, 32? Don't you have three winners there? Is the person who's 1 percentage point ahead really able to claim that they're the leader in this race?
No, especially if you're Hillary Clinton, who is known far and wide as Hillary Clinton. We all know who she is. We've known her for 20 years. The fact that after all the build-up, all the sense of entitlement, all the publicity, all the endorsement by her husband and all the other major leaders of the country, that she only gets a third of the Democratic vote after all that promotion tells you the voters are hesitant to say, yes, you're our nominee. And I think that's a big story tonight if these numbers hold in the one-third, one-third, one-third pattern they're in right now.
I'm fascinated.
Because that's two-thirds who say no to Hillary. I always thought, looking at this months ago, that Hillary's greatest advantage was among women, and we're seeing that in the numbers as well. If she gets just half the women, and there's 60% of the party's women, she gets 30% of the vote, right there. Right there. That's all she has to do is get half the women, and she gets 30%. She gets a few men, it goes up into the 30s. Now, for someone to beat her, just following the arithmetic here, it's harder when there's two guys both trying to beat her. It's easier if there's one guy who can unite the anti-Hillary vote. But clearly when you have Obama with his own unique selling points and John Edwards with his unique populist appeal, it's very hard for that vote to unite behind one of them. And therefore, the anti-Hillary vote has been split here. But it sits there. It is a statement that's going to be resounding for the next several months. A lot of the party doesn't want Hillary Clinton to be the nominee. And they're now divided between Obama and Edwards. At some point, they will not be divided between those two, perhaps. And then you will have a vote in the later primaries between Hillary and someone else.
One of the conventional wisdoms about Iowa has been, in the last few weeks, that is now incumbent upon John Edwards to win, that a strong second or a strong third is not sufficient for him to be able to keep going because of how much. All right, explain why that's the case rather than saying, no, now he's elevated and it's a three-horse race.
Because in many ways, Obama has a national appeal as an idealistic son of the future, if you will, someone who unites black and white, unites young and old, perhaps left and center left. Someone who can bring about a new democratic dispensation for the 21st century. He's a much more traditional figure. He is a populist of perhaps the Hubert Humphrey variety, someone who says we're going to redistribute the income between rich and poor. We're going to give a better break to the little guy, the little woman, over the big corporation. But I'm not sure that that is a message which sounds like it's going to grab the people around the country. It just doesn't hit me. I think, let me just be blunt about it, he doesn't have the organization worldwide.
All right, so let's look in the next 3 minutes before we round out this hour about those Republican numbers. Throw those up again through now 15% of the Iowa straw poll. Put this back up. It's 36-23, which Huckabee, and these are again the actual vote count is still relatively low, but 36-23 is a significant lead. What happens to Mitt Romney if that holds up?
Well, he could well lose in New Hampshire to John McCain, suffering a defeat here. And if that's the case, then Huckabee moves on to South Carolina, where he could well win there as well. He could have a string going. And then again, as there is in the case of Hillary, I think you're going to see the anybody but Huckabee candidate rising up. My hunch is it'll be McCain.
Do you think, I mean, are we expecting that Fred Thompson number to continue to hold throughout the evening? Because everything going up to, again, conventional wisdom here had said, well, he needs a third-place finish to stay in this race, and he's not going to get it. Right now, he's got it.
Well, then he's in the race. That's a surprise. There was talk, as you know, throughout the day that Fred Thompson, were he to suffer a bad night tonight, would endorse John McCain, his old pal. The man who, when he entered the race, in a very much way, really threatened the chance of McCain to win. So I think that, once again, we've been upset by reality.
And which
is a good thing.
And Rudy Giuliani, who is appearing at 3% of the vote, having not campaigned there, where does he stand with that, with the eventuality?
He stands in Florida.
He stands
He's waiting for the New Yorkers who live in Florida to rally to his camp. And of course, what would go for him and would help him, if the Republicans don't seem to have a clear pattern of who's going to be the nominee going into Florida by that later part of the month, he would have a shot of saying, look, they don't have a clear choice yet. There's nothing really happening here. Or he could say Huckabee, but Huckabee could well carry Florida, starting with the Panhandle and working his way down through Winter Park and the middle part of the state. He could do it.
And then the Giuliani strategy of waiting until the end of January for your first victory might be called into question.
Well, I'm not sure it was of his own volition. I'm not sure he had a great shot in Iowa or a great shot in New Hampshire. I mean, Giuliani's problem is that he's had a terrible month of bad news about Bernie Carrick, bad news about his relationship to his wife, about billing records in New York, although it turned out that the New York Times was wrong and basically admitted that. But the Tabs never admitted it. They continued their assault. It's not been a good time for Rudy Giuliani. And by the way, his record of 9/11 has gotten a bit tired.
And has been questioned in most quarters.
Yeah.
All right, stand by for the next 3 hours. We're not even going to go to commercial. This will formally conclude the countdown portion of our coverage for this 1,709th day since the declaration of mission accomplished in Iraq. And that leads us to you, by us, right now. And good evening. It is 9 p.m. in the East, 8 p.m. in Iowa, where the early entrance poll and early precinct results suggest Mike Huckabee is leading Mitt Romney in the Republican straw poll. On the Democratic side, the entrance poll and precinct results show Obama with the lead and Clinton and Edwards vying for second place. What you're seeing here are the hard numbers. This much we do know. The first presidential primary season without an incumbent president or vice president since 1928 is underway, and NBC News is now calling the Republican straw vote as a victory for Mike Huckabee. Percentage numbers will come in later, but based on our projections and based on those early results, with now 25% of the Republican polls reporting a 7,809 vote to 5,355 vote lead of Huckabee over Romney, 35% to 24%. The hard numbers, NBC News at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Iowa time, has called former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee the winner of our first primary of sorts.
Right, and it's a big one for him, and he came from nowhere. Talk about single digits. He was 0, and he's come across with a name like Huckabee. He's got to be good, right? Not exactly your typical suburban surname. Huckabee sort of reminds a lot of people of the rural areas of America. I heart Huckabee being one reason. And clearly he has established not just a hook into the evangelical vote, but he has apparently won the hearts of a lot of people who just cover the campaign. A lot of reporters like him. A lot of people who work on our crews I know like him. Yeah. He seems to have a common touch. I noticed that several months ago when my floor director said, this guy ain't bad. And my floor director is not a man of the right, I must tell you that. And he started to say, this guy's okay. And I began to listen to him. But I think he's an acquired taste. He's a bit of a rural televangelist without some of the saccharine qualities of some of his brethren.
As you suggested as we close the last hour, the Republican race so far has been a series of people stepping up to the front where it's easiest to shoot arrows at them from other Republicans. Is that now his designation? Is he now the guy who has to accept the slings and arrows?
Well, he'll have to read a morning newspaper now. He'll have to keep up because, as he displayed the last couple of weeks, and not to be an elitist about it, but he didn't know about the National Intelligence estimate a day and a half later.
To that, yes.
He didn't seem to know that that NBC was being struck by the Writers Guild. He didn't seem to know that when he did Leno the other night. A lot of things he's not up to date on. He wasn't familiar with the fact that Pakistanis are not our biggest problem in terms of illegal immigration.
At number 25 on the list, in fact, in terms of illegal
a lot of information. And the president, and I say this in fairness, I've never gotten personal about our president. His best friends would not claim him to be earnest in the curiosity department, that he doesn't always keep up. He didn't keep up in a lot of very important times like Katrina, and he's not deeply curious about a lot of events in the world. I think we're looking for a president who is more curious, more up-to-date, more on target, and I think it's going to be hard for Huckabee if he continues to make these demonstrations of being out to lunch.
All right, if we're right, and our folks usually are on this, the Republican race in Iowa is over. So let's...
And I'll tell you, and Romney has a big problem coming up in New Hampshire. That state is right next door, but he's already running even with McCain. But this is the actual result tonight after everything. It sure looks like it is, according to our estimate here. In fact, our projection. He goes into New Hampshire this weekend a loser. That's not the way to go into New Hampshire, because John McCain will see how he does tonight if he's in competition.
Yeah, not in what is at best a double elimination tournament. Let's look at the Democratic numbers as we're getting them so far, and this will be a long time coming when it expects for a projection. Okay, again, gee, I was expecting something a little tighter than this, just 33, 32, 32. It is, however, showing, you would assume, would you not, that those second choice votes that we've been hearing about that process did, in fact, influence this significantly, simply by the margin of how much of the vote has been dedicated to these three candidates?
Well, it looks like they've gotten it all.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, nobody else is.
You did say that. I'm sorry. I'm being
numbers.
redundant. But 33 are the 3/3 of 100, and they've been allocated. Looks like no one else broke the 15% of caucus threshold. Therefore, they had to yield over, as you say, their votes in those caucuses to one of the top three, which we've all thought all along wouldn't help Hillary. It would help one of the anti-Hillarys because, by definition, they had already chosen a non-Hillary.
Exactly.
And Hillary being a very strong personality and either attractive or not, depending on your disposition.
If you want to know where the other 3% are going so far, Bill Richardson 2%, Joe Biden 1%, everybody else just watching. David Schuster's watching for us at the Polk County Convention Center in Des Moines. David, good evening.
Good evening, Keith. Keith, just to fill you in on some of these numbers, what they're showing, of course, is you have to remember there are 2,500 delegates to the state convention that are essentially in play here among the Democrats. So when they flash these numbers, these percentages, that is a percentage of the delegates reporting so far. Roughly about 900 delegates, a little less than that, have been awarded so far. The number to keep track of, Keith, is that usually you would think you win the Democratic caucuses on the Democratic side if you get the magic delegate number to about 830, 840, 850, because that would be about 33%. But again, these are just a delegate counts, and it's incredibly complicated. But one thing to keep in mind as we hear all these reports about incredible voter turnout, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't change the predetermined delegates that are being awarded. The delegates are awarded based on Democratic turnout from previous elections, and in some cases, Keith, the rural precincts have as much power as some of the more urban areas like Des Moines. So it's weighted a little bit towards these rural precincts, and again, the figure to watch is the overall delegate count. It's quite possible, Keith and Chris, that somebody, if you just looked at the number of caucus goers that turned out for one of these candidates, that it could be a clear victory, but when it comes to the delegate count and who wins the percentage, that's where it could be a different story. Keith?
David Gregory doing the inside the numbers in the complicated process that is the caucuses in Iowa. Now let's go back again to get some wisdom out of the entrance polling, tracking that for us throughout the evening. MSNBC's Nora O'Donnell here with us in New York. Nora, good evening.
Hi, Keith, and we're learning some very interesting results tonight. Huckabee's victory tonight can be explained by taking a look at the qualities Republican voters wanted to see in a candidate. Listen to this. 43% told us they were looking for someone who shares my values, and Mike Huckabee was able to pick up 44% of those voters, with only 26% for Romney. And to explain who those Huckabee voters might have been, 60% of those people who came to the caucus for the Republicans tonight describe themselves as born-again or evangelical Christians. That is a huge number for Mike Huckabee, who worked very, very hard to get their support. And tonight we are learning that they turned out to support him. As for John McCain, his supporters tonight seem to be much less enthusiastic. But listen to this. More than half of those who cast their ballot for him said they had some reservations or disliked the other candidate. So McCain benefited from that. Now, among Democrats, this election has been about change versus experience to that. Well, we have numbers tonight that show the quality Democrats prefer in their candidate. 51% said they wanted a candidate who can bring about needed change. 20% wanted a candidate who has the right experience. About the same amount, 19%, want someone who cares about issues like me. Now, we've been talking about how Obama is in the lead, that there is a battle between Clinton and Edwards, where we're learning about where their support is coming from. First, Hillary Clinton, among the voters who care about experience, 49% are throwing their support to Hillary, while 32% of married women who came to the caucus are also behind her. 32% of those want a candidate who can win in November. They think that Hillary is their candidate. For Obama, here it is. 51% of his support came from those who want a candidate who can bring about change. 57% of his support is coming from people between the ages of 17 to 29. Isn't that remarkable? And while it's too early right now to say how many young people came out to vote, it is clear that they did go overwhelmingly for Obama. Keith?
Nora O'Donnell, and just in case that number 17 popped into your head, you only have to be as old. If you're 18 during the actual vote, you're allowed to participate in the caucuses.
That's right.
Thank you, Nora. All right, let's go out to Des Moines for another interpretation of this from NBC News political director Chuck Todd. Chuck, we've called this race for the Republican part of it anyway. We've called it for Huckabee. The ramifications as you see them from the Polk County Convention Center.
Well, it's the size of the victory that has to really have the Romney folks shaking a bit. I mean, they've issued a statement saying that this is the first inning of a 50-inning game, and Keith, I think you're aware of this in baseball. There are not many 50-inning games, so the idea that he was trying to merge baseball and 50 state primaries and caucuses showed that I think that Romney's a bit shaken tonight. Losing here as badly as he did, it now won't matter whether or not McCain didn't finish third. It's now on to New Hampshire, and they're going to see that Romney got rejected here in a big-time way. Romney went negative for a long time, tried everything he could to stop Huckabee's rise. Huckabee looked like he was in the midst of self-destructing, and if anything, appeared to not only come up off the mat, but get better. Now, what'll be interesting, Keith, is to watch Huckabee. You know, what worked here, that number, the fact that 60% of the Republican caucus goers were evangelicals, well, literally, and 40% were not. In actual Republican primaries, that numbers are usually flipped upside down. It's usually about 40% of Iowa Republicans are evangelicals and 60% are not. So he really benefited from this. But the fact is, New Hampshire doesn't have a very large evangelical population. And while South Carolina does, it's not clear that he can get those numbers out of Michigan. He's going to have to build a bigger coalition than what he's got here in Iowa.
Chuck Todd, NBC News and MSNBC political director at the Convention Center in Des Moines. Great thanks for the analysis. It's a remarkable thing so far to see. Chris?
Let's bring in a reaction from the panel we have and talk about Huckabee's victory tonight. We've got Newsweek's Howard Fineman, NBC News political analyst Pat Buchanan. We've got Eugene Robinson of the Washington Post. We've got Rachel Maddow of Air America. Let me start with Howard. Your thoughts about Huckabee winning this thing?
It's big. It can't be overstated that a guy who was basically unknown a few months ago came and won this race in convincing fashion and really obliterated Mitt Romney, who had spent a year's worth of time and maybe $10 million in that state, thinking he had it locked up. He ended up being blown away. I think it opens the race wide up for the whole Republican nomination. I don't think Huckabee is likely to win New Hampshire. But South Carolina is going to be a battle between the Huckabee and the non-Huckabee. Who thought that at this point in the race we would be saying, okay, we've got the Huckabee, who's the non-Huckabee? That's where it is right now because he's got the evangelical base. Chuck Todd is absolutely right. It's not the entire Republican Party. It's not even a majority of the Republican Party. But in the primaries, if it's 40%, Huckabee's going to now, I think, get virtually all of it, which is going to make him a player all the way through. The Republican Party has been built on evangelicals. Now they not only have an evangelical, they have a Southern Baptist preacher as one of the front runners in the campaign. It's remarkable, but historically appropriate if you think about it.
Pat, what's this going to do to the party to wake up tomorrow morning and realize that the front runner now for the nomination to succeed George W. Bush is a person more religious in his context than the president, the man who's more of a Christian, more of an evangelical, more of a person identified with the conservative social issues of the Republican Party?
Well, I think look, this is Republican Party is going to have to deal with it. Mike Huckabee has a ticket into the finals for the Republican nomination. He's going to go into South Carolina the favorite. I don't care what happens in New Hampshire. And what we've got now is who gets the second ticket. And from the showing of Romney tonight, which was very weak, quite frankly, given his vaunted organization, given his time and money, the probability is that Romney will lose New Hampshire, and that would put McCain into South Carolina against Huckabee. And I think that is shaping up right now as the Republican race for the nomination. I don't see how Rudy gets into it. Thompson looks like he's beating McCain out there in Iowa. But I don't think Thompson has any support at all in New Hampshire. So I would bet we are headed for a McCain-Huckabee battle for the nomination. and the winner will be the one who merges ahead will be the one who wins South Carolina.
No, well, the trouble with Pat, it's a setup if you say it that way. They're saying that South Carolina conservative primary will determine the Republican victor. What about?
No, I said he will become the front runner, like Bush became the front runner.
I know.
When he carried South Carolina.
I know that, but there's so many big state Republican parties not to be heard from yet who will want to choose McCain over Huckabee.
Well, I don't doubt that, Chris, but what I'm saying is it's not only the evangelical Christians. He could become the conservative alternative to McCain, who is not loved by conservatives in the Republican Party, and many of them really don't want him. Conservatives are going to have to face a question here. Do we want McCain? Do we want to go in that direction, or do we want to try to win with Mike Huckabee?
Astounding. I want to ask Rachel your thoughts on this distant planet you're describing here. We're watching here, the Republican Party for you.
I think the big story here is that Mitt Romney's starting to look a lot like Steve Forbes from a distance. I mean, Iowans are not giving the nomination, not giving their vote to people who they are not giving the vote to people who they who buy it. And so for Romney to have gone in and spent this much money and to have been kicked in the teeth electorally by a guy who spent as much in Iowa as Romney probably spends on his lawn care in a year is a real reminder that money is not everything. Now, what's going to happen here coming out of this is that the conservative wing of the Republican Party is going to have to decide if they can get over their abject hatred of Mike Huckabee.
Thank you, Rachel.
Rachel, thank you. Howard, thank you. Pat, thank you. Gene, stand by. We'll get back to you, the panel, in a moment, and we're also going to go to the Huckabee camp in a moment. First, let's get you the new characterization on the Democratic race from Iowa. While in the initial preference race, Obama holds a lead, there is a virtual three-way tie so far in the race for state delegate equivalents in the Democratic Iowa caucus. That's actually what you receive at the end of this labyrinthine process. 35, 32, 31, the hard numbers in those in-state delegates' side. Again, that is much to be decided in terms of the Democrats. The Republicans, we're already projecting here at NBC News, as you've been hearing, that former Governor Mike Huckabee of Arkansas is going to be the winner of that straw vote in Iowa, which changes the cosmetic makeup and the factual makeup of the Republican campaign for the presidency for the 2008 election. To find out how that is going over, one can guess. At Huckabee camp, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is at Huckabee headquarters in Iowa in Des Moines. Kelly, good evening.
Good evening to you, Keith. This has been a pretty happy place, as you would expect. And I think folks here probably didn't expect to have the kind of news they're getting so early. So we've seen lots of reactions as results have been flashing on the screen, cheers and applause. And we've been hearing the chant, "I like Mike." And that really is a slogan that represents a lot of what's happened. The likability of Mike Huckabee, his skills as a communicator, and the message he brought to Iowans. When I would go to his events, you would hear over and over again sort of a call to Iowa voters to say, you don't have to follow the money, which would be a reference to Mitt Romney, that ideas matter. And we even heard that from the campaign manager who came out early tonight, and you know that's always a good sign that they believe things are going well. And they said that ideas matter here. And that's really what Huckabee has been trying to push. In an improbable race, we have seen him go from nowhere to now front-runner status, and what they think this will do is give him a sense of legitimacy. When he goes to New Hampshire, they pretty much concede he's not going to win there. They'd be happy if they got third in New Hampshire. But there's a debate, and that will give him yet another forum to talk to voters more broadly and to show people that sense of humor as well as the ideas that he is bringing. And of course, you know, he's a strict social conservative, and that's how voters here responded. So they're really looking then to South Carolina, as you've been discussing, and they feel that that will be important in changing the dynamics here. So over and over, Huckabee has talked about how voters didn't need to respond to the money, that you couldn't buy the presidency. That kind of rhetoric, which must have resonated with many Iowans, because the improbable candidate is going to come out on top tonight based on the numbers that we're reporting. We expect him back to this hotel fairly soon. He was out in Waterloo at a caucus site trying to shake the last hands and maybe convince the last few before he is heading back here to what I'm sure is a happy suite upstairs. Keith?
Kelly O'Donnell at Huckabee headquarters in Des Moines, and we'll see how all this resonates and how the handshakes go with the donors who view this as kind of an investment in a campaign and a candidate. Thank you, Kelly. Let's look at the Democratic side again and go to another corner of the city of Des Moines, Iowa, where Andrea Mitchell of NBC News is covering the Clinton campaign. At the moment, the hard numbers suggest that the senator is in a tie for second place, but if we look at this board long enough, it's not your eyes playing tricks on you. The percentages and the leadership changes, it's that tight. Andrea, good evening.
Good evening, Keith. And you can imagine how nervous people here are upstairs, where former President Clinton and, of course, the candidate Hillary Clinton are looking at these numbers together. What may be happening here, and it is still early, but what may be happening is that there is a generational divide among women. And if that is the case, if younger women are going to Barack Obama, then Hillary Clinton has potentially lost her bid to win in Iowa and would indeed place second or even third, because she was really counting on a big turnout of women for Clinton, and she's apparently getting that among the older women. But if younger women are going with Barack Obama, that is a serious setback for her. Keith?
Andrea, is that the concern among the people that you're talking to there? Is that something that leads to crepe being hung in the windows?
Well, not quite yet, but certainly they are seeing numbers that suggest a very, very large turnout. Now, when talking to them all day and in the last couple of days, they felt that if the turnout were around 150, 160,000 even, that they could survive and even win if enough women turned out for them. But if the turnout broke all records and was over 200,000, which is what they are now suggesting, then that would mean that a lot of new-time voters, a lot of first-time caucusers, a lot of Republicans and independents are coming out to vote for Barack Obama. That certainly would validate his argument that change is what the voters want more than experience, and that's certainly what we were seeing in all of the polls leading up to this election night, this caucus night here in Iowa. And that is a more serious problem for her, because even as Hillary Clinton goes to New Hampshire, a much more hospitable and competitive environment than Iowa, she then has to reevaluate her whole message. She can't change who she is. She tried that a couple of weeks ago with new messages that emphasized change over experience. But basically, she is someone who's been around for decades, who has been in public life for 15 years and another 20 years before that in public service in various incarnations. And she cannot deny that this younger man is something very new and different.
You know, I'm thinking about this as we're reporting this tonight and commenting on it, that in Europe, they're already reading the papers practically this morning. They're getting their early editions within a few hours. And I'm thinking, how's the world explain the United States? And everyone watches us. We are the 800-pound gorilla they got to sleep with in the world. And I'm thinking, well, we picked an African-American guy who is literally an African-American. His father's from Kenya, and his mother's from the middle part of America, one parent black, one parent white. And now we're picking this religious fundamentalist who spent his life as a Baptist preacher before entering politics. You would think the Republican Party is going fundamentalist, and the Democratic Party is offering a dramatic alternative to Bush doctrine. Is that a fair reading if you're looking at this from, say, London or Bangkok?
Sure, if these results hold up. And what you're seeing is that Iowa Republicans are turning more conservative than in some past years, although, of course, Pat Robertson won here, too. And you're seeing a real liberal turnout, which is the traditional liberal turnout of Iowa Democrats.
Thank you.
Andrea Mitchell at Clinton headquarters in Des Moines. We'll get back to you throughout the evening, and great thanks.
You bet.
Chip Saltzman is the national campaign manager for the Huckabee campaign, who joins us now. And it would be silly to ask you if you're delighted with the projection that your man has won in Iowa. Perhaps we should phrase it this way, sir. How delighted are you?
Keith, we're pretty delighted here. And you can hear from the crowd a lot of excitement here about what's happened in Iowa.
There was, on the part of both your campaign and Governor Romney's campaign, there was a certain... we're going to interrupt and go to New Hampshire, where John McCain is about to address his supporters there. Let's hear the senator as he talks to those supporters.
I'd like to say that I just left a voice message, and I'm sure I'll talk to him later on tonight, to congratulate Governor Huckabee for his victory. He's run a very good, strong, positive campaign, and I think he can be very proud of it. I'm very proud of our campaign in Iowa. As we know, because of our financials, we didn't run any ads, and we were predicted to finish very badly. I'm proud of the team that we had on the ground and the work that we did, and I'm glad we were out there working hard. I think that the lesson of this election in Iowa is that, one, you can't buy an election in Iowa, and two, that negative campaigns don't work. They don't work there, and they don't work here in New Hampshire. They're not going to work. Sometime tomorrow we will have our 100th town hall meeting here in the state of New Hampshire. We just had a great one tonight with my friend Joe Lieberman. We can feel the momentum, the same kind of momentum we felt in 2000. I'm very confident with a strong, positive finish here that we're going to win here in New Hampshire and go on to Michigan and South Carolina.
John McCain speaking at Manchester, New Hampshire. When we move on, of course, after tonight's events, we have all the way until Tuesday for someone to be the consensus leader in the Republican campaign. It will be Mike Huckabee, and again, his national campaign manager, Chip Saltzman, has been good enough to stand by with us, and we'll pick it up from there. Mr. Saltzman, you heard John McCain along with the rest of us. He seems undaunted by this. You're going head-to-head with him, in your estimation, when we move to Manchester?
Well, Senator McCain's a good man, and he's obviously an American hero. And if it is between us and Senator McCain in New Hampshire, we think we're going to have a good campaign and talk about the issues, and we look forward to that.
I thought it was interesting that John McCain, given his opportunity to congratulate your candidate, put the shiv into Romney twice. He said you can't buy a state, and you guys have pointed that out. You were outspent 20-1, and I'm going to make a call right now. Excuse me, you're interrupted again by the news, sir, but here it is. Barack Obama, the senator from Illinois, the junior senator from Illinois, has won the Iowa caucuses, the Democratic caucuses in Iowa, the first big test of the 2008 presidential campaign. I'm telling you, Keith, history. This is Lexington and Concord. This is going around the world right now. I'll say it again. In Rangoon, they're putting their front page together. A guy named Barack Hussein Obama, whose father's from Kenya, war-torn Kenya right now, who's grown up in Indonesia, a good part of his youth, came to America, had a first-rate education, was very successful in politics, and here he is on a victory projectile to win the Democratic nomination, defeating the president's wife, and that's the big story as well. I think the lead here is Barack Obama, and the second lead is Hillary loses. And a projectile victory would be a new political term, but thanks for coining that. That's. But you're right. This is something we talked about separately about 1932 coming to people's minds in terms of an election. Change election. It is the this is the first inning of whatever we're seeing. This is the start of the race, but this could not be more. Yes. Yes. I want to say it loudly. I want to say it loudly. Say it loudly. This country, and this is not a partisan comment, this is the country's view right now. We are in a rut. We are stuck in this rut. We are stuck in Iraq. No one has any idea how to get out of Iraq. Sure, we've had the surge succeed, but that's not the way to get out. That's just more stuck. We're more necessary. We've got a situation on every issue where the two sides are divided 50-50. Nancy Pelosi gets whacked every day because she can't get the job done because she doesn't have the 60 senators to get the job done on the Senate side. So we have climate change. We're not doing anything, really. We're not doing anything on energy. We're not doing anything on Social Security, Medicare reform. We're not doing anything on war or foreign policy. Everything is stuck. It's intractable. And I think the American people feel that. It's coming across in our NBC polling. People don't like the direction. They want something to happen. Now, here's the question. Will they follow through and pick one side or the other to run the government and get something done? Or will they pull back again and clinch and divide power again, which was done before, which does bring about gridlock? Well, I mean, and also, I mean, as we're looking at the analogy to 1932 and the choice between staying with Hoover at the start of the Depression and moving towards FDR and this extraordinary, what was then at least seen as an extraordinary social change. It wasn't an improvement. It wasn't finding somebody smarter than the guy we have in office. It's taking us out of the rut and taking us to a new place. The biblical term for it, since we're in a biblical era, is deliverance. We're being picked up and moved to where we have to be. By the way, the first 100 days of the Roosevelt administration in the 1933 period was totally different. than the Hoover period.
But is 1932...
And the same, by the way, you could say the same thing with 52 with Eisenhower, with 80 with Reagan.
But is it 1932 even insufficient at this point in what we're talking about? Could we be looking at something more from the 1850s or even 1860s election?
This country moves in a very strange pattern. In 1870, we gave African Americans, men, the right to vote, at least in the Constitution. Obviously, Jim Crow got in the way of that for 100 years, but it was written down in the law. The amendment to our Constitution, African Americans, former slaves, will be voting citizens of the United States. Women got the vote, which is always interesting, 50 years later.
Indeed.
So there's something perhaps primordial about the willingness of this country to, at least in theory, extend the franchise, the presidency even, to an African American rather than a woman. That is the interesting question mark that this Hillary Clinton campaign raises. Let's go to the panel with this hot potato, starting with Rachel Maddow. Rachel, and then Howard, I want you, and Pat, and of course Gene Robinson, all of you from your different perspectives. What is it about America that here we are in 2008, finally picking an African American with a real shot to be president of the United States, and a woman just got a very bad night in Iowa? Rachel.
I think that you're calling this a really bad night for Hillary too early. I think that we need to see how close it's going to be. And ultimately, if the results are a three-way tie or look close to it, or Barack Obama wins tightly, that's a story. I think it matters. I don't see this as a huge rejection of Hillary if she doesn't come in with a big win. Honestly, I know you see it differently.
Two-thirds of the Democratic Party voted against her isn't a rejection.
Two-thirds of the Democratic Party will have voted against all of the candidates if it comes in as a three-way tie, Chris. That's the point. The issue is if it comes out as a really close race, it's going to be close heading into New Hampshire as well, and I think we discount that at our peril. If Barack Obama, as you guys are projecting, is going to be the winner, I think that's the America we all want to live in. I think it's an amazing day for the country, and it's great. I don't know if it means that he gets the nomination ultimately, but it's an exciting, historic day for the country.
Let me throw something in from the decision desk. Edwards and Clinton are in, just apropos of what you're saying, Rachel, a very tight race for second in the race for the state Democratic delegate equivalents. Those are the numbers we're seeing so far. And again, NBC News has projected, as you heard, Barack Obama as the winner of this Iowa caucus at 36%. Those other numbers are as close as you would suggest they would be, 31 and 31%.
Yeah. But Howard, well, Rachel, I'll go back to you so you can have a response here. From the beginning of this year in the polling, we've noticed that Hillary has been ahead of Obama all year. So she can't claim to be somehow a comeback kid or someone who was, you know, somehow never had a chance. She had a big chance in Iowa, and she's lucky to get second.
No, I think that it may be a more comfortable place for her to be running from, to be able to say, I'm fighting for this, and to maybe play the gender card in a big way to say we've got to fight in order to get a woman in the White House in a way that she couldn't have played that way had she been an inevitable front runner. So, I mean, I think it'll be real interesting to see how the Clinton campaign responds to this. They're going to have to come up with something creative, but it's not the worst position for her to be in.
Let's go to Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York, two-term mayor of New York. He's campaigning tonight in Florida. There he is, Rudy Giuliani. It's great to have you on the show tonight. What do you make of Huckabee? Could you support a candidate for president who believes that we should have guns to protect ourselves against our own government, that we need that Second Amendment to preserve the inalienable rights also listed in the Bill of Rights?
First of all, I'm going to congratulate Mike. I think he ran a great race in Iowa. I've been in numerous debates with him. He's very positive. He's very strong, and he really is to be congratulated on his victory tonight. And I think we have a number of good Republican candidates, and it's going to be a very mixed field. And I think we're in good shape. We're ahead in maybe 16, 18 of the 29 states that are coming up. This was the first one. It's one that, quite honestly, we didn't expect that we would win, and we didn't put a lot of resources into it. Now we'll move on to the others, 28 more that are coming up.
Do you think there's a probability that your party might have a hard time picking a candidate until Florida? In other words, Huckabee wins as we're projecting here in Iowa. Perhaps John McCain wins in New Hampshire, or Romney. Romney could win in Michigan. I'm sure you've thought about this scenario much more than we have. South Carolina, Huckabee. So you have a mixed bag of different winners in different states, leaving the door open and perhaps the field flat for the former mayor of New York to come in triumphantly, blow the bugle, and start winning primaries.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's exactly the strategy that we have in mind, but I am in Florida today, and that's where I'm talking to you from. I'll be back in New Hampshire tomorrow afternoon. And we've had a proportionate strategy. I mean, there are 29 primaries and caucuses between now and the 5th of February, and you've got to win most of them. That's the point. If you win an early one, but then you lose a late one that's very big, it's not going to help you very much.
I'm looking at the big states where you're leading right now, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at Connecticut, New York State, New Jersey, I think my home state of Pennsylvania. You're very popular there on the Republican side. I'm looking at California where you have a lot of popularity. I can't think of a single one of those big states where Mike Huckabee could beat you, say, 2 or 3 weeks ago. But now, having come off of this victory tonight and being the resounding figure of the Republican Party for the next week or so, can he challenge you in those big states? Mike Huckabee of Hope, Arkansas.
Well, look, I think everybody can challenge anybody else here. We've got 4 or 5 very strong candidates. I think we're in a good position. But the reality is there are 4 or 5 good candidates. There are going to be 29 primaries and caucuses, including the ones that you just mentioned, including the one here in Florida. And I think our message of being on offense against terrorism and being on offense for a growth economy and having been tested by crisis and having been tested by having to handle difficult problems, I think that message will succeed in a number of these primaries.
Do you think Mike Huckabee is the kind of person who pays attention to foreign policy?
Oh, I'm sure Mike does. I mean, you know, all of us have to speak for ourselves, and we all have our different strengths and weaknesses. And over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks, everybody's going to find out about all of those. So I'm going to stick to mine. I think my strength is that I held one of the most difficult jobs in the country, had to deal with crisis quite a bit, had to deal with problems, solve them, and got results.
Let me ask you about the New York press, your favorite topic. I've noticed working with a lot of reporters, even mild-mannered reporters from New York, they don't like you much. I don't quite understand it entirely. I've dealt with you. You're a difficult guy to deal with, but I don't quite understand it. The New York Times ran a story after the tabs in New York, the Daily News and the Post ran stories about how you had failed to give an accurate accounting as mayor of the cost of your security detail when you went off to visit your now wife. Okay, the New York Times finally came back on page 35 in the national edition and pointed out that they were wrong. You had accurately reported the cost of those trips, fair and square. You did it all right according to the book. But none of the papers ever came back and said, wait a minute, we blew it. Does that bother you? Do you think you're getting screwed by the press?
I'm glad, Chris, that you pointed out, because it was buried sort of the back of the newspaper. As I said from the very beginning, that all of those expenses were handled in a legitimate way. They were determined by the police department, paid for by the police department, and they were because of valid and serious concerns.
But you lost 10 points in the polls because of those stories. Are you going to be able to get back that 10 points on the basis of a retraction buried on page 35 of the New York Times?
No, you don't. It's nice to have it, because now you can point out that it was untrue, that the story wasn't correct, or at least that part of the story wasn't correct. You'll get it back on other things. I mean, elections are much bigger than the things that you concentrate on, you know, every day in these almost like gossip pieces. Elections are about who should be the leader of the country, who can give us a brighter future, who do you want in time of crisis, who has the experience, the background, who's been tested. These are the big things that people ultimately vote on. And I think that you're going to see that in these primaries, that becomes the defining feature of how people are selected. And in the case of Republicans, I believe we need a candidate who can run in all 50 states. And I think I'm the candidate that can run in all 50 states. That will give us the best chance of defeating the Democrat, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or John Edwards.
Mayor Giuliani, it's great to have you on. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you,
on
Chris.
MSNBC.
Thank you very much.
And we'll turn now to an old friend, a former colleague here, Joe Trippi, who is now a senior advisor to the Edwards campaign. As we have projected Mr. Huckabee to win the Republican event in Iowa tonight. Joe, obviously you've heard that the projection is that it is Barack Obama on the Democratic side of things, with a very tight race for second place, and those numbers perhaps to expand as the evening goes on. How would you characterize this night for your candidate, John Edwards?
It's a strong night for us, and I think it's really a repudiation of the status quo in Washington and of the Clinton campaign. I mean, you have over 65%, nearly 70% of Democrats in Iowa siding for change. John Edwards, I mean, we had a real amazing turnout. We held our own after, against two candidates who spent $200 million, raised $200 million, and it proves our message is working. So we're very excited. We're going on to New Hampshire, and look, it's a three-way dead heat. Obama deserves, credit, but we hung in there, and Clinton is not, doesn't have a lot to talk about with this finish, given the First Lady, President Clinton running around the state. We feel very good about where we are.
Let me ask you, Joe, about your situation looking down this month, the next month. It looks to me that Hillary has a chance to come back if she loses New Hampshire, and on top of losing this one out in Iowa, Hillary would have to come back in Nevada. That would be her best chance. But you guys are pretty well poised in Nevada to knock her off there. Talk about the labor union situation, the restaurant workers, et cetera, out there. Can you knock Hillary off out in Nevada?
I think, look, we're strong. I think we're going to do much better in New Hampshire than people think. I think we're going to do well in Nevada, but we're also going straight into South Carolina. While everybody's been focused on Obama and Clinton and talking about this being a two-person race, we've been coming on. We've been growing in New Hampshire, growing in South Carolina, and we've got a strong organization in Nevada. I mean, Chris, this is the first step. This is a long fight, and we held our own against these two candidates. And why? Because John Edwards was out there talking about standing up to Washington, the mess there, to the corporate greed, and fighting for the middle class. And what people voted for today was change. They don't want the status quo. That's what the Clinton campaign represents. I don't think that's going to do very well in New Hampshire or anywhere else. And if they couldn't, you know, they raised $100 million. Obama did the same thing. We got massively outspent here and held our own.
Okay, thank you very much. Joe Trippi out there in Iowa.
And whatever has happened in Iowa and whatever the final numbers are, and we've heard the projections so far and the tight race for second place, and also the hunch that is going on that the first place and the second place tiees will be separated by much more than the 6% or so that currently is represented. Whatever's going on, it's being done by a lot of people at Iowa. David Gregory, NBC News White House correspondent, is at precinct 214, if I remember my numbers correctly, in West Des Moines.
Right.
David, huge turnout tonight, correct?
Yeah, you wouldn't know it now. Everybody's gone. The place is closed down, and it was a big night for Obama here. But Keith, the big story was, in fact, turnout. 4 years ago, they had 86 people crowding this library as a caucus site here in West Des Moines. 267 people came tonight. Biggest numbers for Barack Obama. He gets 3 out of the 5 delegates here, so he has a really big night. But again, that turnout number reflective of the fact that there were Republicans and independents who came here to caucus as Democrats. That was what was going on here in this room. Even spoke to a woman who was a Republican, voted for George W. Bush, came here to caucus for Barack Obama tonight. These first-time caucus goers, as you see from the entrance polling, indicating that they broke for Obama. So this is a small story as part of the larger story that reflects what Obama was counting on, which was that big turnout. Then there's other things that you discover in the caucus process. All the horse trading was he a second choice for some people. You saw here at this site, Biden's people, Richardson's people falling in behind Barack Obama. Again, that's something that they were looking for as they were canvassing the state. So we had a small picture here of what may be a larger dynamic here in the state for Barack Obama.
David, tell me about the spirit in that room. I was watching you earlier tonight report almost like on a golf green, trying to get it real quiet, reporting without interfering with what was going on there. It was interesting to watch you. What did it feel like in there as an American to watch these people go to this caucus today?
Uncynical, Chris. Uncynical, thoughtful, energized. I mean, that was really my takeaway. I mean, the crowd was huge, and it just kept getting bigger. And I felt like, in a way, it was like a PTA meeting, but it was so orderly and so energetic. Barack Obama's people, you could tell the level of organization. They had beads around their neck with a count so that they could keep track of their numbers. But they only had about 80-some of those beads, so they had numbers of 127 people came. So they exceeded their numbers. A great deal of energy from the Obama people. They were organized. They were ready. Look, Hillary Clinton, John Edwards, they were viable in this room as well. And then stuff happens that you don't expect. The Edwards website had their supporters go to the wrong elementary school. So his numbers were down here. He was barely viable. What happened to Chris Dodd? His precinct chairman got called out of town. So nobody showed up here for Dodd except a buddy of his who came in from New York and was trying to organize on the fly. A really dynamic process. But these are people who are very serious. They've listened to these candidates, they've asked the questions, and they showed up tonight.
Thank you very much, David Gregory, who's right there at one of the caucuses. He's been there. He's seen it. He knows it. He's part of it. Thank you, David.
Looked like the floor of the stock exchange in West Des Moines with David Gregory. Now we're joined by NBC's Tom Brokaw. And Tom, a pleasure to have you. The nature of this, where we're able to call these two extraordinary figures in our current political scene, makes it look like, and again, top of the first inning, makes it look like this could be one of the epic elections of all time.
Well, let me just change the metaphors for a moment. We always have to remember that Iowa is still overture. We still have a big score to come here. Nonetheless, it's been a very impressive performance tonight for Barack Obama. He did spend $9.5 million more than any of the other Democratic candidates. And for the last 3 weeks to a month or so, the word in Iowa has been that he could very likely win the Iowa caucuses. The question was going to be what happens next, and that's numerically as well as qualitatively between Hillary Clinton and John Edwards. Do they stay in the race? Is it jump ball coming out of Iowa? Looks like Obama's got a little higher leap at this point than the other two going into New Hampshire, but New Hampshire is going to be an interesting test next week. I think what it does say tonight is that the Democrats, I was in Iowa 10 days ago with the governor and some other people there, and the Democrats really want to win. And you saw a lot of independent participation tonight as well. That indicates this country, which is increasingly independent when it comes to election time, is pulling a lot of independents across to the Democratic side. So what you're seeing is a highly energized Democratic Party being able to attract more independent voters than they have in the past. And on the Republican side, you have Governor Huckabee, of course, who's going to be viewed by the Republican Party establishment as a more eccentric figure within their own party, but he did extremely well in Iowa because it has a natural base for him, that very heavy evangelical vote, whether he can carry that forward into New Hampshire, then, of course, into South Carolina and to Florida, where Rudy Giuliani, who Chris was talking to just a few moments ago, is trying to establish a firewall. So there are lots of possibilities and probabilities that come out of Iowa tonight, but the big winners, obviously, are Mike Huckabee and Barack Obama. Obama winning by a larger margin than even some of his own people thought that he might.
And Tom, that use of the term natural base, that's exactly what Mitt Romney has said this evening, that Mike has a natural base here, referring to Iowa, and he was able to call on that base. And he said congratulations for the first round to Mike. I've heard Pat Robertson's name evoked a couple of times relative to Iowa. Give me your assessment on how Huckabee differs from Robertson, if indeed he does.
No, not much, actually. I was in Iowa when Pat Robertson did win, and that was also the year that Gebhardt finished first for the Democrats. We didn't hear from him after Iowa, either one of those two candidates. This time it's a much more front-loaded process. I think what's also important to say here is that Huckabee probably will get a good deal more money as a result of this showing in Iowa. He's been running in that natural base, but now he'll begin to pour in, my guess is, from the internet and the Ron Paul tradition, be able to get more contributions from evangelicals around the country and take that probably to South Carolina. New Hampshire is not much of a play for him. This is good news for John McCain in New Hampshire, who can now go head-to-head against Mitt Romney and call him damaged goods.
Tom, let me ask you about the generational piece of this. Do you see one there with women, younger women going with Barack? You've written about the 60s. Is this a rejection of that, well, the boomer debate, if you will, between, somebody put it today, Joe Scarborough, the difference between people who love Jane Fonda and those that love John Wayne, that kind of old debate on culture?
Well, I'd have to see more of the numbers before I can make that kind of a judgment, Chris. I do think that both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama especially are bringing new people into the process, and I think that's especially true with Barack Obama. It's kind of heartening to see, in a nonpartisan way, more young people getting involved in Iowa. And it's not easy to get involved in these caucuses. You have to show up at a specific place and then play by these kind of arcane rules. But earlier today, when I was talking to some people in Iowa, they were saying on the Obama side that they were very excited about the number of independents and the 17 to 21-year-olds who were signing up enthusiastically for his campaign. So that's a good tell sign for the weeks and months ahead.
Tom Brokaw, an honor as always to share a desk and a microphone with you, sir. Thanks for your time tonight.
Okay, my pleasure, guys.
Thank you. Barack Obama is the projected winner, as we've said, by NBC, and Hillary Clinton is locked in a tight race with John Edwards for the #2 slot out there. NBC's Andrew Mitchell's covering the Clinton campaign for us tonight. Andrew, are they game now to win 2 here, to come in second?
Well, exactly, and this room was, until about 5 or 6 minutes ago, completely empty. This is a manufactured, quote, celebration. It really felt more like a funeral as people people started strolling in from upstairs where they had obviously been gathered. This is unlike anything that I'd ever seen. A completely empty, dirge-like event. And clearly now they've got to go on to New Hampshire. That was originally to be a firewall, but Barack Obama could do very well in New Hampshire. Then, of course, South Carolina, where he has enormous support among that state's large number of African-American voters, African-Americans who were, some say, rallied to great lengths by Oprah Winfrey. So she's got a problem now. She could face a possibility where she's lost Iowa. She's competitive, but, you know, hanging on, trying to compete against Barack Obama going into New Hampshire. Then a real challenge for her in South Carolina, which is a natural advantage for him. Then they've got Nevada, where union support may now start going his way, the culinary workers. And she now has February 5th as what could be a last stand for Hillary Clinton. It is a remarkable occurrence. Bill Clinton and Hillary have been upstairs. We expect them down very shortly.
That's right. Thank you, Andrew Mitchell. I think, Keith, we're going to see a big publicity event there at the Clinton headquarters. Knowing them, it will be something along the lines of comeback kid, something like that.
The second comeback kid.
I expect that they will try to turn a lemon into lemonade by midnight.
As suggested by what Andrew just told us about the turnout.
They're bringing they're bringing the meal tickets. They're bringing the confection back. They're creating a moment. The advance people are working hard. Everyone with a stake in this victory will be called to quarter and told to show up at this point. Watch the Clintons. They're the best at this game, but they are professionals. And the one message out of tonight is the voters may not like professionals. They may not like them at all, in fact. They're picking two people, a longtime Baptist minister and a newcomer. They may be saying to the slick crowd, no mas.
We're joined now by one of the contestants in the Iowa caucuses of 4 years ago, Howard Dean, who, of course, is now chairman of the Democratic Party. Thank you for your time tonight, sir.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, let's just pick up Chris's point right there. Is this indeed a rejection of the professionals in Iowa and both parties?
You know, I think basically what you have is 3 Democrats, all of whom got over 30%, which is extraordinary. I mean, I think Senator Obama deserves all of the congratulations for winning this one. But the big news from the point of view of the chairman of the party, who's obviously not involved with a particular candidate, is that our turnout was enormous. We doubled the Republican turnout, I think we're going to find out in the end of the day. And that's because so many independents decided they would vote in the Democratic primary. You're going to see that all over the country, and that is not good news for the Republicans.
Doubled. Joe Trippi said this was a rejection of Hillary Clinton, and of course he may wind up having his candidate, John Edwards, tied with Hillary Clinton for perhaps a distant second. Every time we look at that board, it seems like the percentage change is 1% more in favor of Senator Obama. Is that the sort of thing that that you want to see in the early stages? Is this any indicator about how Democrats feel about their second choice, or whether or not the person they originally went into, much as the Iowa caucus represents something of the mindset that the second choice of an individual supporter, an individual Democrat, is just as good as their first choice in their own minds?
I think what you're seeing is a pretty close race with 3 really strong candidates. Senator Obama won this round. Now we're going on to New Hampshire. We're going to go on to Nevada and South Carolina. Each one of these states is very different. All these candidates have worked very hard in these states. This is how you choose a nominee. At the end of the day, this is an important day, not just because Senator Obama won the Iowa caucuses, but because finally the voters are having their say, and it's not just pollsters and pundits that are droning on about this kind of stuff. This is real voters. This is democracy. And again, from the point of view of the chairman of the Democratic Party, the big news here tonight is the turnout. What a turnout. I think this is really a repudiation of George Bush is what I think it is.
As we've been pointing out, certainly that's the case, but it may also be the case in the Republican Party that it's a repudiation of George Bush. I'd love your perspective. Have there ever been a blanker contrast between the first victory, however utterly indecisive or ultimately indecisive either of those first victories might be? Have there ever been greater contrast than Barack Obama versus Mike Huckabee?
Well, I think, you know, if you look at all of our candidates, they're very different than the Republicans. There's not much difference among the Republicans. There's not much difference among the Democrats. We believe we shouldn't be in Iraq. All the Republicans think we should. We believe that we ought to have health insurance for children. All the Republicans think it's great that President Bush vetoed the bill. All the Republicans think it was a great idea to pardon Scooter Libby. We think we ought to end the Republican culture of corruption. These are really big differences, and there are many, many more. You've got gasoline going above $3 a gallon. Oil's at $100 a barrel now. The Republicans couldn't manage Katrina. They got us into Iraq by not telling us the truth, all of which their candidates are supporting. And now they can't manage the economy. I think tonight is a pretty bad piece of news for the Republican Party.
Howard Dean, chairman of the DNC, smiling at the turnstiles tonight in Des Moines and throughout Iowa.
It's true.
Great. Thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Barack Obama, as we said, is the projected winner in Iowa in the Democratic caucuses. We're joined right now by one of his top campaign strategists, David Axelrod. David, thank you for joining us tonight. We're looking forward. Let's look forward. In your vision, in your mind's eye, what do you see down the road for Barack Obama?
Well, listen, I think this, it's going to be hard to hear me, Chris. I think that this was such a meaningful victory, not just because of how it turned out, but because of the composition of that victory. Barack Obama brought so many new supporters to this cause. Independents, some disillusioned Republicans, young people in numbers they've never seen before. And this is exactly what we as a party have to do in order to succeed in November. So I think we're going to see more of this in New Hampshire and the other states. We look forward to going there. But I think this portends something very good for the Democratic Party come November.
Is there a danger that what happens in Iowa stays in Iowa?
Well, look, we're not taking anything for granted. This was a great start. The people in New Hampshire are very independent-minded. They'll take this under advisement, and they'll make their own judgment. So we look forward to going there later tonight and begin the campaign in New Hampshire, and we're going to take this one step at a time. But it's clear, Chris, that the hunger for change isn't just limited to Iowa. The hunger for change is all over this country, and Barack Obama represents that change in this race.
What is your candidate's appeal to younger women rather than older women? Apparently it broke on generational lines tonight.
I think that I think Barack has a broad appeal. The fact is that Senator Clinton has a very strong appeal to older women, and I think that was reflected in these returns tonight. But we have a very broad-based coalition here, and we feel that it's sturdy and durable, and we can reconstruct that in state after state. We're very enthused about where we are right now.
Do you think that your candidate offers the most dramatic alternative to George Bush?
One of the
that's a good question. Can you answer, David? That's a good question. Do you think your candidate offers the most dramatic alternative to George Bush?
I believe that he does, Chris. I think that what people want is, rather than a leader who divides, a leader who unites, rather than a leader who coddles special interests, one who will push back and put the national interest first, and someone who will be candid and straightforward with the American people. That is who Barack Obama is, and I think that's why he did well here. I think every election is defined by the incumbent, even if it's the outgoing incumbent, and I think you saw on both sides of this contest tonight a real hunger for a change from what George Bush has delivered.
Give some help right now to the international newspaper editor who's trying to write his lead right now. You're in London, you're in Paris, you're in Rome, and you have to write the lead. Barack Obama has won the Democratic caucuses in Iowa, running on a campaign of what? In what way does he distinguish himself from the incumbent president in the White House?
Running on well, if I were writing from over there, I would say running on a platform of change, of unity, and a new direction in American foreign policy, which I think was part of this debate here. As you know, this has been a big discussion we've had about whether we should vigorously engage not just our allies, but our adversaries to try and bring a more peaceful world. And I think people gave strong approval of that notion with their votes today.
Thank you very much, David Axelrod. Congratulations, sir, on the Obama campaign. Okay. Keith.
And as the Obama and Clinton headquarters appear to try to do their own version of Stomp the Yard, we'll be having much more coming up. Again, Mike Huckabee and Barack Obama, the big winners in Iowa, at least according to the projections from NBC News, as the percentages begin to stretch out in both the Democratic caucus and the Republican straw vote. We'll be hearing from both of them. Senator Clinton is going to speak shortly after 10 o'clock Eastern time. We'll hear from all the other candidates. The actual voting may be at an end But the speeches, the projection, the analysis, and the percentages of these victories are yet to come. Please stay with us. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses.
Good evening. I'm Chris Matthews in New York alongside Keith Oberman. And NBC has projected, as we've said before, Barack Obama is the big winner in Iowa on the Democratic caucuses. The race for second place is hot between Hillary Clinton and John Edwards. Very tight race for #2 position. On the Republican side, way out front, Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, projected winner right now. And so it's an easy one to go home with tonight. You've got an African-American guy, first time in history with a real shot to be president of the United States. You can't call it anything else. A man with an interesting background. His father's from Kenya, which is right now in the midst of amazing turmoil. So we're being refreshed as to the history of Kenya again. And Huckabee, a man who wasn't on the scorecard a few months ago.
You're going into history with the comparisons of William Jennings Bryan running against someone in the early 1900s. A stark choice of William Jennings Bryan versus McKinley. You already talked in the last hour. We've talked about Hoover versus Roosevelt, or Lincoln versus the field in 1860. Sometimes it's shades and nuance. There would be no nuance involved in choosing between, no matter what your political perspective is, Mike Huckabee and a Barack Obama.
No, this isn't between Hubert Humphrey and Bob Dole. This is outside the 40-yard lines, definitely, for the first time, I think. Interesting candidates with fascinating histories, and I think these two fellows are interesting people if they weren't running for president. Interesting.
And we're going to, incidentally, we'll just drop this in again. We're going to be hearing from Hillary Clinton, we believe, within a few moments.
Get ready for the machine.
All right.
They are professionals. They will say something tonight which will be grabbable of the headlines. They will make news tonight. Let's go right now to NBC's Brian Williams and Tim Russert. They're with us tonight from Des Moines, Iowa. Gentlemen.
Well, first of all, I'll go first. You don't hear many McKinley references during modern-day election night coverage, so my hat's off to Keith for working that in. McKinley, of course, shot visiting Buffalo, New York. The exhibition there made big news, as the people of Iowa have done again tonight. Chris and Keith, they have a funny way of showing in this state that they have their own opinions about American politics, and for analysis, that's why we have this guy who's having one of the more exciting nights of his political life.
Yeah, it's amazing, Brian and Keith and Chris, when you look at these entrance poll numbers, it's so revealing. First of all, 56% were on the Democratic side were in fact first-time caucus goers, and they are asked, what's more important to you, change or experience? Overwhelmingly, they said change. And those who said change voted for Obama 51-19. I mean, it's breathtaking when you hear that. That's why it looks as if Obama not only won men, he won women. And one last salute to the young people for turning out. In 2004, young voters were about 17% of the model we saw. Tonight, it's over 20%, which is a very significant increase. And they really did respond and decide to caucus tonight. The message here in Iowa, change, change, change. They selected the two youngest candidates, Obama and Huckabee, and they selected the two candidates who talked about change more than anything else. It's, I think, a real transformation of our politics. I just saw the governor of Iowa down here, who said to me, this is the greatest party-building event of his lifetime, because all these fresh young people and middle-aged people are now being brought into the political process.
And Chris, one more point here. As a lifelong student of American politics, you saw this coming as well. That great book, bad movie, The Perfect Storm, where the meteorologist sees these low-pressure systems adding up. Look at all these factors. The first, lack of a presumed nominee since '52, American troops on the ground, two fronts overseas, cities during this last two-term presidency. The domestic United States, the upper 48, attacked by a foreign power that proved tough to get, ambiguous but multifaceted. Talk about a recipe for an electorate to get riled up. Young people coming online as voters, a society coming online electronically. In a way, if you take tonight as a spark that lights an inferno, looking back, I suppose, a year from now, we could say, well, the evidence was all there. Looking at this on a two-party front.
Tim, so much of this is included, I think it's fair to say, on our own account in the Wall Street Journal NBC poll. Jerry Seib did a good job of that in the front page of the paper the other day, pointing out the fact that this is probably the most how should I phrase this? The most people who don't like the direction of the country in 15 years.
Exactly right, Chris. And I was talking to you and talking to Keith on his program earlier. Think about what this might mean for November. It appears that 200,000 people participated in the Democratic caucus here. That is enormous. In 2004, it was 125,000 at best. It looks like double the number of people who participated in the Republican caucus. This is a swing state. George Bush carried this state in 2004 against John Kerry. If the political energy with independents and Democrats is in November what we're witnessing tonight in Iowa, in this quasi-red state, it is very, very striking, because if you put Iowa in play, you suddenly shake up that whole red state, blue state electoral college map.
And Tim and Brian, in fact, that number is going to be extraordinarily over 200,000. The Iowa Democratic Party has released a preliminary number based on 91.5% of the precincts. Their total is 212,000 caucus goers, with a little of the number to go. The one number, obviously, the winner is important to the camps of the participants, Tim. But as we heard Howard Dean just glowing over the turnstile figures and what that means at 212,000. But I need to ask about the Republican turnout, and something that David Schuster has pointed out for us from Des Moines. In that more cosmopolitan, if you will, community, less evangelical, more progressive, certainly more urban, among the Republican caucus goers or voters there, that went to Huckabee too. Tim, can you interpret the meaning of that?
Well, the evangelical Christians, 60% of the caucus goers were that. That was solid Huckabee. But it was interesting. I think his populist message really resonated. Mike Huckabee did not sound like a traditional Republican during this campaign. He was talking about leaving the poor guy out and having to pick him up and get him back going again. He talked about the arrogant bunker mentality of the Bush administration foreign policy. And also, Keith, I think negative ads. Mitt Romney went heavy, heavy negative on Huckabee here, and I think it may have backfired based on the anecdotal and data that we are now reading. People did not like that. They wanted a cleaner campaign, and I think they held it against Mitt Romney. This was a classic David versus Goliath. And I think the Baptist minister, former governor of Arkansas, would accept that analogy.
And by the way, guys, go inside these numbers on when people decided on Huckabee. Look at the data on decided just today, in the last 3 days, in the last week. This thing just happened. This was a prairie fire of a sort. We'll see what the national media do to the result and his fellow Republicans if they try to diminish or lessen, oh, that's just Iowa. We've seen that effect with other Iowa results in the past. Others try to build on them, others knock it down.
Could be the Jay Leno effect, Brian.
I was thinking, and Jay Leno's ratings are underestimated. Anyway, thank you, Brian Williams, and thank you, Tim Russert. As we reported, Hillary Clinton is deadlocked right now with John Edwards for actually second place behind the projected winner, Barack Obama. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is at the Clinton campaign, where the candidate and her husband are about to appear, we understand. Andrea.
We expect them soon, but it is not going to be a happy appearance. Obviously, as you pointed out earlier, the Clintons do not like to lose, and perhaps this is the David Letterman effect, since she appeared on Letterman versus Jay Leno, and Leno won. This is a remarkably bad outcome for her, because she came in here as a front runner and now is trying to hang on to second place, tied virtually with John Edwards. And what you're seeing on the Democratic side is really a parallel outcome to what you're seeing on the Republican side, in that people not only wanted change, they wanted something fresh, and they're angry. They're upset with the status quo. John Edwards did better than expected with his fiery, angry message of discontent, and that took away clearly from Hillary Clinton. So Clinton now has to rebuild her campaign, try to recapture some momentum in New Hampshire. But New Hampshire might be a hospitable environment for Barack Obama coming out of Iowa, with everyone talking about Barack Obama as the real story. I don't know, Chris, in your experience, whether you think that she can recapture it, especially given the calendar now works against her, with South Carolina coming after New Hampshire. So
I know that
really
they're professionals.
New traction in New Hampshire.
Andrea, I know they're professionals, and I'm looking at the clock. This 10 o'clock is very important to them. They're going to try to make the morning papers on the East Coast with the statement they're about to make. They're going to try to make the evening news, including the independent stations, at 10 o'clock. They'll try to go live on the Channel 5s around the country. They're going to hit all the local stations at 11. They're putting this together brilliantly. I know what they're up to. They've done this before. They did it in New Hampshire in '92. I think the Clintons are planning their comeback, and it begins in a few moments where you're at.
Well, and in fact, in New Hampshire, as you and I know, Bill Clinton lost in 1992 to Paul Tsongas, the late senator from Massachusetts, but he spun it as the comeback kid, and that was the narrative that developed. So they will try to come out with something. This is really a manufactured event. These are union people, people from AFSCME. They weren't here a half hour ago. They were all upstairs watching the returns, and they came down here. This is not a typical crowd of local supporters who were waiting to see their candidate. And we do expect them to come soon, and presumably they will come down because they want to get their appearance on the record before Barack Obama. They've got to concede, really, before he can declare victory.
Okay, in the old parlance of politics, they're known as meal tickets. People who have a personal advantage in winning this election. It's not a theoretical thing for the people in that room. Thank you very much, Andrea Mitchell, for giving us that update. As we await Hillary Clinton's address in Iowa, which is coming in just a few moments, in the meantime, we're going to make use of that by getting back to Norah O'Donnell with more on what we're learning from those entrance polls. Norah.
And we are learning a lot. You know, NBC News talked to voters as they went inside these caucuses. And from this data, we can explain why Obama won tonight. And it has to do with the qualities the Democratic voters wanted to see in a candidate. More than half of the Democratic voters were looking for someone who could bring about needed change. And Obama was able to pick up 51% of those voters, compared to only 20% for John Edwards and 19% for Hillary Clinton. Now, let's talk about women. They were key tonight. I mean, more than half of the Democratic caucus goers tonight were women. Hillary was counting on them to carry her to victory, but look at this. Obama bested her among women with 35% to her 30%. Women made the difference in this race. Chris?
Wow, thank you very much. What about first-time voters? I'm sorry, we got to go right now to John Edwards, who's making an appearance, I believe, at his headquarters. Right there he is. There's John Edwards coming in, who's fighting with Hillary Clinton for second place tonight in the caucuses. He's smiling rather broadly, moving around through the room, but he can't be happy. Many people believe he needed to win this to really have a good chance of winning the nomination. Keith?
Yeah, our friend Joe Trippi had suggested that what was going on in Iowa was a rejection of Hillary Clinton, but right now, as things are projecting outwards, John Edwards may wind up tied with Hillary Clinton, and you have to then sort of join in the rejection if it's an absolute dead tie for second place. Let's listen into the introduction as the former senator gets towards the podium.
Thank y'all. Don't worry, you only have about 15 seconds of me. Thank y'all. Thank you. In this election, we had a candidate who had a message and was a messenger of such determination and such spirit that despite the fact that he was outspent 6-1, that message got through. I'm glad to introduce the next president of the United States and the second place winner in Iowa, John Edwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, very much. The one thing that's clear from the results in Iowa tonight is the status quo lost and change won. And now we move on. We move on from Iowa to New Hampshire and to the other states to determine who's best suited to bring about the change that this country so desperately needed. Because what we've seen here in Iowa is we've seen two candidates who thought their money would make them inevitable. But what the Iowa caucus goers have shown is if you're willing to have a little backbone, to have a little courage, to speak for the middle class, to speak for those who have no voice, if you're willing to stand up to corporate greed, that message in the American people are unstoppable. No matter how much money is spent, no matter how much. And we are so proud of this cause. But I want all of us to remember tonight, while we're having all these political celebrations, that just a few weeks ago in America, Natalie Sarkeesian, a 17-year-old girl who needed a liver transplant and whose insurance company decided they wouldn't pay for her liver transplant operation. Finally, her nurses spoke up on her behalf. Her doctors spoke up on her behalf. Ultimately, the American people spoke up on her behalf by marching and picketing in front of her health insurance carrier. And finally, the insurance carrier caved in and agreed to pay for her operation. And when they notified the family just a few hours later, she died. She lost her life. Why? Why? James Lowe was born 51 years ago in the United States of America with a severe cleft palate, which kept him from being able to speak. And he lived for 50 years in the greatest, most prosperous nation on the planet, not able to speak because he didn't have health care coverage and couldn't pay for a simple operation. Why? Doug Bishop, who's actually behind me tonight, Doug and his family worked at the Maytag plant in Newton, Iowa. For generations, they worked, they sacrificed, they did everything you're supposed to do in America. And then recently this plant closed and the jobs went overseas. Why? The reason is because corporate greed has got a stranglehold on America. And unless and until we have a president in the proud tradition of Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, who has a little backbone, who has some strength, who has some fight, who's willing to stand up to these people, nothing will change. We will never have the America that all of us dream of. The promise of America, which has been available to so many of us, will not be available to our children and our grandchildren. And I take this very personally. I watched my grandmother, who I love dearly, work year after year after year in the mills. We lived in the same neighborhood. She would cook for us, leave the house, walk her way to the mill, work her shift, and come back home and take care of us again. My grandfather, who was partially paralyzed, would go to work the graveyard shift in that mill and come back in the morning when we'd have breakfast together. My father, who's here with me tonight, worked 36 years in the mills. Hard, tedious work. Hard, tedious work. Why did he do it? Why did he struggle and sacrifice? Why did your parents and grandparents struggle and sacrifice? They did it so that you could have a better life. My parents did it so that I could have a better life. And we, all of us, to whom the torch has been passed, we carry an enormous responsibility. And that responsibility transcends politics and transcends elections. It's our responsibility to ensure that we leave America better than we found it, that we give our children a better life than we've had. And this is what I see in America today. I see in America where last year the CEO of one of the largest health insurance companies in America made hundreds of millions of dollars in 1 year. I see in America where ExxonMobil's profits were $40 billion just a couple of years ago. Record amounts, record profits. All of that happening at the same time that this picture of America emerges. Tonight, 47 million Americans will go to bed knowing that if their child gets sick, they'll have to go to the emergency room and beg for health care. Tomorrow morning, women will go to their doctor and be diagnosed with breast cancer, just like Elizabeth was. But unlike Elizabeth, they'll have no health care coverage. And as a result, they know that they can't go to the emergency room and get chemotherapy. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? You can literally see the fear and terror in their eyes. Tomorrow morning, 37 million of our own people will wake up literally worried about feeding and clothing their own children. I went to a shelter here in Des Moines just a few weeks ago where they took single moms with their children who had no place to live. And I said, so do you ever have to turn people away? Yes. A few months ago, they had to turn 70 to 75 families away in 1 month. And I said, these are moms with kids. Yes. Some of them with 3 or 4 children. And I said, well, where did they go when you sent them away? They went back to the street, back to their homes. 35 million people in America went hungry last year, in the richest nation on the planet. And tonight, 200,000 men and women who wore our uniform proudly and served this country courageously as veterans will go to sleep under bridges and on grates. We're better than this. The United States of America is better than this. And what happened tonight is the Iowa caucus goers said, we want something different. We are going to stand up. We are going to rise up. We're going to create an America that all of us believe in, because the truth is, when we speak up for James Lowe and the millions like him who live in the darkness, when we speak up against corporate greed and for the 37 million Americans who live in poverty, when we speak up for single moms who have no place to live with their children, when we speak up for hundreds of thousands of veterans who serve this country proudly and are homeless with no place to live at night, when we do that together as a nation, and Iowa caucus goers did it tonight, when we do it, America's a better place. It says something about who we are. It says something about our character, because when we do, America rises up. America becomes what it's capable of being. And what began, and it is not over, what began tonight in the heartland of America is the Iowa caucus goers said, enough is enough. We are better than this. We are going to bring the change that this country needs. And you have created and started a wave of change, a tidal wave of change that will travel from here to New Hampshire, to Nevada, to South Carolina, all across this country. Because we know the torch has been passed to us. We stand proudly on the shoulders of our parents and grandparents and all those generations who came before us. And we take our responsibility seriously. And this tidal wave of change that began tonight in Iowa and that will sweep across America, when that wave is finished, when it is done, every one of us are going to be able to look our children in the eye and say, we did what our parents did for us and what our grandparents did for us, which is we left America better than we found it, and we gave our children a better life than we have. That's what this is about. That's what this change is about. Continue on. This march of change continues on. God bless you. Thank you for everything you've done. Stay with us in this fight. We are in this fight together. Thank you. And thank you for second place.
It's an unusual speech for a candidate to give the night he loses a political contest. Usually they concede, and at some point in this speech admit that they didn't win and congratulate the victor. He did not congratulate the victor, neither did his wife. An unusual thing to do. And I remember, it reminds me that back in 2000 when he was running mate with Al Gore, he or rather running mate with Kerry back in '04, he opposed conceding there too. He doesn't like to concede.
And that had echoes and perhaps large passages that were essentially his stump speech in the entire lead-up, in the entire campaign in Iowa. It's also extraordinary, some of those interior numbers that we've heard, that that of all people, as this may be a night of what the losers or the second and third place finishers did not achieve, as we saw Clinton's lack of support among younger women. Edwards' lack of support in the union vote and lower income houses. He finished third in Iowa in those, which was supposed to be his strength area. You have to admit something at this point, some sort of concession to at least that statistic.
Well, maybe we're seeing a breakthrough in the Democratic Party where people are breaking out of their pens and they're voting the way they want to vote, not the way their pen is supposed to vote. Well, we'll see, because this will be an example of the old politics coming out right now. The Clintons are taking to the stage. They've got the room. They're arriving. They're coming in to address the troops after not a good night for Hillary Clinton.
And this familiar process of who speaks and who stays out of the room and who appears on camera to make sure that there is not conflict and that somebody doesn't talk too long. Here's the senator.
Thank you so much. Wow. I'll tell you this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Well, we're going to take this enthusiasm and go right to New Hampshire tonight. This is a great night for Democrats. We have seen an unprecedented turnout here in Iowa, and that is good news because today we're sending a clear message that we are going to have change, and that change will be a Democratic president in the White House in 2009. I am so proud to have run with such exceptional candidates. I congratulate Senator Obama and Senator Edwards. I thank Senator Dodd and Senator Biden and Governor Richardson and Congressman Kucinich. Together, we have presented the case for change and have made it absolutely clear that America needs a new beginning. And I am as ready as I can be after having had this incredible experience here in Iowa, starting out a long time ago and making this journey with so many people who have become my friends and who I am so grateful for their hard work and support, those from Iowa, those who have come from around the country, and the people who were there exceeding anybody's expectations about what it would mean to have the caucuses this year. I thank you. I thank each and every one of you for coming out and standing up for a Democrat. What is most important now is that as we go on with this contest, that we keep focused on the two big issues, that we answer correctly the questions that each of us has posed. How will we win in November 2008 by nominating a candidate who will be able to go the distance and who will be the best president on day one? I am ready for that contest. Now,
We have always planned to run a national campaign all the way through the early contests because I want the people of America, and particularly Democrats and like-minded independents and Republicans who have seen the light, to understand, number one, that the stakes are huge, that the job is enormous, but that I believe we're going to make the right decision. There will be a lot of people who will get involved, as they have here in Iowa, of all ages. That is what we want, because we're not just trying to elect a president, we're trying to change our country. That is what I am committed to doing. I have set big goals for our country. I want to rebuild a strong and prosperous middle class, and to me, that is the most important job the next president will have here at home. Because if we don't begin to pay attention to the people who do the work and raise the families and make this country great, we will not recognize America in a few years. And I want to make it absolutely clear, I intend to restore America's leadership and our moral authority in the world, and we're going to tackle all of the problems that are going to be inherited because of the current administration, including ending the war in Iraq and bringing our troops home and then giving them the support that they need. And we're going to reform our government. We're going to make sure that it is not the government of the few, by the few, and for the few, but it actually works for every American again. And we're going to reclaim the future for our children. I have done this work for 35 years. It is the work of my lifetime. I have been involved in making it possible for young people to have a better education and for people of all ages to have health care. And that transforming work is what we desperately need in our country again. I am so ready for the rest of this campaign, and I am so ready to lead. So, if you're concerned about whether or not we can have quality, affordable health care for every American, then I'm your candidate. And if you're concerned about whether we can have an energy policy that will break the shackles of our dependence on foreign oil and set forth a new set of goals for us to meet together, then I'm your candidate. And if you are worried about once and for all taking on global warming, making it clear that we will end the unfunded mandate known as No Child Left Behind, that we will make college affordable again, that we will be, once again, the country of values and ideals that we cherish so much, then please join me in this campaign. We have a long way to go, but I am confident and optimistic, both about the campaign, but maybe more importantly, about our country. This country deserves everything we can give to it. You know, there were a lot of people who couldn't caucus tonight despite the very large turnout. There were a lot of Iowans who are in the military. They were in Iraq or Afghanistan or somewhere else serving our country, and they need a commander-in-chief who respects them and who understands that force should be only used as a last resort, not a first resort. And there are a lot of people who work at night, people who are on their feet, people who are taking care of patients in a hospital or waiting on a table in a restaurant or maybe in a patrol car, keeping our streets safe. And they need a president who's going to care about them and their families. You know, I wrote a book some years ago called It Takes a Village to Raise a Child, and in it I have a chapter that I titled, Every Child Needs a Champion. Well, I think that the American people need a president who is their champion, and that is what I intend to be. So I want to thank all the people who have been part of this campaign so far. I especially want to thank all of my friends here in Iowa who have worked so hard. I want to thank those who have come from across America. I want to thank all of the unions, the more than 6 million union members who support my candidacy. And I know that we're going to get up tomorrow and keep pushing as hard as we can to get the message out about what is at stake in this election, because we know that it is literally the future of our country. So thank you all so very much for caring enough to be involved in politics, for giving of your time and your resources, for understanding that this great democracy of ours deserves to have all of our best efforts. And I promise you, this campaign that I am running will certainly have mine, and I ask for yours as well. Thank you all very, very much. God bless you.
Well, that was Hillary Clinton conceding defeat. There's her husband, of course, former President Bill Clinton, who did not speak, her daughter Chelsea, some other people, all supporters for her there. I thought, Keith, it was a gracious speech.
It's the team players' speech. The headline, perhaps, again, we repeat this, that who wins in this is vitally important, and the placement is vitally important for the candidates. But maybe the overall question here, the overall headline, is that the turnout for the Democratic caucuses in Iowa will be up about 82% from what they were in 2004. That's a lot of votes out there for a Democrat in the fall, and the first half, at least, of that speech differed from John Edwards' speech in basically recognizing that the Democrats want the Democrat to win, whether it's Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, or a Democrat to be named later.
Those two men embracing their former President Clinton and, of course, former Governor Tom Vilsack, who is on the short list, I believe, for vice president if Hillary wins the nomination. Let me go right now to Tom Brokaw, Keith, who's been waiting for us. You know, Tom, it seems to me that, well, certainly as long as I can remember, I've been waiting for the big election where people who don't vote are going to show up and really change things. Do you think we might be on the verge of such an election?
You mean the verge in Iowa or in this year? No, I think there's no question that this is a very big year. The country is energized. They've been paying attention for a long, long time. Not as much attention as we've been paying, obviously. I think also it's important, however, that we not, those of us in this business, draw an end to it tonight because the country wants in. We do have Nevada and North Carolina and then Tsunami Tuesday coming up. We ought to have the kind of dialogue that this country deserves across the party lines, Republican, Democrat, and Independent. There's a big meeting next week in Oklahoma, as you know, for some people who are disaffected by the polarization going on in this country. So I do hope that we have a real campaign this time in which we have a discussion of these critically important issues. I think there are a couple of observations we should make tonight. Iraq, which was the defining issue going into Iowa, disappeared in the last several weeks. The surge is having some success. Iraq is not in the headlines. Pakistan did not play as much as some people thought that it might. When I was talking to some people in Iowa today, they were saying, look, this is about domestic issues. Here's Governor Huckabee, who was the big winner tonight on the Republican side. Let's hear what he has to say. I'm not assuming my old role here, Chris.
Go for it.
Here's Governor Huckabee, who's a little-known former governor of Arkansas, who tonight comes up with a big victory. And right behind him, of course, is Chuck Norris, who was at his side.
Thank you very much.
That was his defense against illegal immigration.
You know, I wasn't sure that I would ever be able to love a state as much as I love my home state of Arkansas. But tonight, I love Iowa a whole lot. Over the past several months, my family and I have had the marvelous joy and privilege of getting to know many of you, and it's been an incredible honor. I was thinking last night is that some of the friendships that we've forged here in the last several months are friendships that will last a lifetime. And we didn't know how this was going to turn out tonight, but I knew one thing. I would be forever grateful to the people that I met the ones who voted for me, even the ones who didn't, who still treated me with respect, and who gave me their attention, who have allowed me to come often, not just into their communities, but into their homes. Not once, but time and time again. And a few of them I even convinced to vote for me tonight, and that's really remarkable. I want to say how much I appreciate my wife, Janet. She was a wonderful First Lady of Arkansas. And I think she'll be a wonderful First Lady for the United States of America. We also want to say thanks. Our 3 children are with us tonight. I would like them to come and just be a part of this tonight. They have all been so much involved. Our oldest son, John Mark, our son, David, his wife, Lauren, our daughter, Sarah, who's literally lived in Iowa for the past 2.5 months. And I told her if she stayed much longer, she'll have to get her an Iowa driver's license and probably start paying even more taxes up here. And I say thanks to all of them for joining with us in this effort, because a family goes through it, not just the candidate. But tonight it's a celebration for everybody on our team, so many of you who have traveled from all across America to be here. I'm amazed, but I'm encouraged. Because tonight what we have seen is a new day in American politics. A new day is needed in American politics, just like a new day is needed in American government. And tonight, it starts here in Iowa, but it doesn't end here. It goes all the way through the other states and ends at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue 1 year from now. I think we've learned 3 very important things through this victory tonight. The first thing we've learned is that people really are more important than the purse. And what a great lesson for America to learn. Most of the pundits believe that when you're outspent at least 15 to 1, it's simply impossible to overcome that mountain of money and somehow garner the level of support that's necessary to win an election. Well, tonight we prove that American politics still is in the hands of ordinary folks like you and across this country who believe that it wasn't about who raised the most money, but who raised the greatest hopes, dreams, and aspirations for our children and their future. And tonight, I hope we will forever change the way Americans look at their political system and how we elect presidents and elected officials. Tonight, the people of Iowa made a choice, and their choice was clear. Their choice was for a change. But that choice for a change doesn't end just saying, let's change things. Change can be for the better, it can be for the worse. Americans are looking for a change, but what they want is a change that starts with a challenge to those of us who are given this sacred trust of office, so that we recognize that what our challenge is to bring this country back together, to make Americans once again more proud to be Americans than just to be Democrats or Republicans, to be more concerned about going up instead of just going to the left or to the right. And while we have deep convictions that we'll stand by and not waver on or compromise, those convictions are what brought us to this room tonight. But we carry those convictions not so that we can somehow push back the others, but so we can bring along the others and bring this country to the greatest days ever, because I'm still one who believes that the greatest generation doesn't have to be the ones behind us. The greatest generation can be those who have yet to even be born. And that's what we're going to see. And ladies and gentlemen, we've learned something else tonight, and that is that this election is not about me. It's about we. And I don't say that lightly. I'm the person whose name gets on the signs, who occasionally gets the attention in some of the few ads that came out here and there. But the election is not about me. And the country is not just about me. What is happening tonight in Iowa is going to start really a prairie fire of new hope and zeal. And it's already happening across this nation because it is about we the people. We saw it tonight. We've seen it in other states, and we're going to continue to see it because this country yearns and is hungry for leadership that recognizes that when one is elected to public office, one is not elected to be a part of the ruling class. He's elected to be a part of the serving class because we the people are the ruling class of America. G.K. Chesterton once said that a true soldier fights not because he hates those who are in front of him, but because he loves those who are behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that running for office is not hating those who are in front of us. It's loving those who are behind us. It's about recognizing that behind us are great patriots dating back to the beginning of this wonderful country when 56 brave men put their signatures on a document that started forth the greatest experiment in government in the history of mankind and gave birth to the idea that all of us are created equal and we have been given by our Creator inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And these who signed that document, who gave birth to this dream, were the beginnings of those who throughout our history have continued with great sacrifice, extraordinary valor to pass on to us that liberty and the quest for something better than the generation before them had. I stand here tonight the result of parents who made incredible sacrifices as a part of a great generation who went through a depression and a world war and said our kids won't have to go through these things. And every sacrifice they made were to lift us on their shoulders and give us a better America than they ever could have envisioned. And they were successful in doing that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the same reason that our founding fathers and those before us saw what was behind us and gave it their best, I ask you to join me across Iowa and the rest of America to look out there in front of us and not to hate those, but to look behind us and to love them so much that we will do whatever it takes to make America a better country, to give our kids a better future, to give this world a better leader. And we join together tonight for that purpose. God, help you and thank you for all you've done. I'm so grateful for the support, the incredible work that you've done. And now we've got a long journey ahead of us. I wish it were all over tonight and we could just celebrate the whole thing. But unfortunately, if this were a marathon, we've only run half of it. But we've run it well. And now it's on from here to New Hampshire and then to the rest of the country. But I'll always be wanting to come back to this place and say, wherever it ends, and we know where that's going to be, it started here in Iowa. Thank you, and God bless you, every one of you. Thank you tonight. Thank you.
Tom Brokaw is still with us. That, of course, was Governor Huckabee giving his victory speech tonight. Quite a speech, actually. Tom, what did you make of that? It was very Jimmy Stewart, I thought.
Well, in fact, you get a sense there of why he did so well in Iowa and why he remained so popular on Main Street and in the small towns. He's a practiced preacher from Arkansas who was the governor of that state after all. He lost 110 pounds. He's been a very popular guest on programs like Imus, for example. He's a practiced politician and preacher, and he has a different message than the other Republicans do. It seems to me, Chris, if you're handicapping all this is very good news for John McCain, because it put a big hole in the expectations and hopes of Mitt Romney in Iowa. And now we've got just 5 days to go in New Hampshire. That's where the race starts fresh tomorrow morning. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton, from whom we heard just a few moments ago, obviously has still a very big hurdle out there. Whenever I was in Iowa or talking to anyone, they would say, women included, and women went for Obama in greater numbers tonight than they did for Hillary. I just don't think she can win next year, and we really want to win this time. That's a hurdle that she still has to overcome. And the question is, can she be as nimble as her husband, Bill Clinton, when he didn't do well in Iowa and didn't do well in New Hampshire and made himself into the comeback kid? That's a tall order, given the kind of momentum that Barack Obama has coming out of Iowa tonight, Chris.
Well, it's only the beginning, Tom, and we're watching another episode in American political life, and it has reverberations and echoes of the past. I think of 1984. I think of Mondale, how he came back and defeated Gary Hart. So oftentimes in the Democratic Party, the young whippersnapper wins, the new kid on the block wins the early outings, and then the establishment fellas gradually take hold again. We'll see if it happens. Maybe it won't happen this time, Tom. Thank you very much.
Chris, I'm going to go to New Hampshire early tomorrow morning, where we have 4 undecided voters who have been watching all of this tonight. I'll be spending much of tomorrow with them. And then tomorrow night on NBC Nightly News with Brian Williams, we'll give you an idea of what they thought about what they saw from Iowa, because some of them are independents, some of them are Democrats in the past and Republicans in the past. So we'll get a little better sign tomorrow night, I suppose, some tea leaves at least to look at. It's been a pleasure being with you.
Great. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go back to NBC's Brian Williams and Tim Russert in Des Moines. And we've got so many separate headlines, leaving aside the victories by Huckabee and Obama tonight. Tim, what is your headline? That Democratic turnout, some of those interior numbers, what is it?
Yes. Enormous, huge Democratic turnout. It looks like more than double what the Republicans turned out, Keith. And the embracing of Barack Obama by Iowa Democrats and considerable number of independents. And I think, to underscore what Tom said about Huckabee, the Republicans embracing someone whose message was populist, and in terms of foreign policy, anti-George W. Bush. The other thing, Keith, I saw Bill Clinton the other night in Carlisle, Iowa, and he said, you know, people are surprised about Mike Huckabee's success within the Republican Party. He said, I'm not just because he's from my hometown of Hope, Arkansas, but he's the only Republican candidate who can give a speech and tell a joke. He meant it in all seriousness as a respectful nod towards Huckabee in terms of the art form. But all that being said, headline is massive Democratic turnout in a red state for change.
And I've been sitting here thinking about, gentlemen, the cruelty, the kind of the human aspect of all of this. Yes, this is kind of politics as natural selection. Things have to winnow down. Things have to shake out and develop from here, and they'll grow to all different parts of the country. But also think about the commitment out here, the families for all the happy ballrooms. Think of the Chris Dodds who naturally have to fall by the wayside now. Guy who moved out here, put his 2 kids in local schools, really moved out to Iowa. Think of the role of the spouses, even thus far in this campaign, whether that spouse is former President of the United States, whether that spouse is Elizabeth Edwards trying to schedule chemo and other treatments around her husband's campaign. Notably, one thing few caught tonight, she introduced her husband, made awfully sure, she said, tonight's second-place finisher here in Iowa. When he finished his speech, she went up to him at the podium, and while I don't dare to indicate I know what was said between spouses, she whispered something in his ear. John Edwards went back to the microphone tonight and said, thank you for making us second place here in Iowa. Very important, and she is no amateur strategist, Mrs. Edwards. Very important for that Edwards campaign to get that message out tonight. We finished second. As he put it, the wave of change is sweeping across the country. John Edwards almost jumped on the Obama change bandwagon tonight in a losing effort in Iowa here aimed at New Hampshire. What an incredible evening to watch.
You know, gentlemen, let me start with Brian. It seems to be, although the war has receded as a front-page issue, and fortunately, of course, the casualty listings have come down, and the noise level, if you will, have come down. I wonder, what do you think? You know, we've been in this war in Iraq almost 6 years now, going on 6 years. And I wonder whether it isn't just part of our psyche that it's just too long a war. There's a sense that that's one of the big, sort of, we like to say, the leitmotif, the background that says change must come.
Well, I have to say this. I'm duty-bound to say this. For a lot of us in our jobs and living where we must live to have these jobs, I think it's easy for the war to kind of take a background. But when you get out into America, i.e. outside New York metropolitan area, Beltway, outside of L.A., you realize the war, the other way of looking at it is it's completely crocheted, woven into the American fabric, of course. Among those who have raised their hand, volunteered, all their families who are doing the same Herculean effort back here at home, if they consider it part of the job, part of the volunteer sacrifice, they leave it up to the policymakers to make those decisions. I saw one of the incredible volume of television ads here in Iowa last night. Seemed a little bit incongruous. It was a Richardson ad. My plan to get troops out of Iraq is the best of the plans. It calls for them to get out the fastest. And you look at that vis-a-vis where these two parties are headed tonight, what people were talking about to our entrance and exit pollsters tonight, it just creates an interesting set of circumstances. Tim, I don't know how you feel.
In the entrance poll, the war still hugely important.
Yep.
And Chris and Keith, every hall I went into with a Democratic candidate, whenever they mentioned ending the war in Iraq, the place just jumped to its feet. It is a hugely important issue to Democratic voters. Obama made a very big point out here, being the only major Democratic candidate who opposed the war from the beginning, pointing out that both Edwards and Clinton voted for it. I am endlessly curious tonight as to what Hillary Clinton does now. How does she pivot off of this Democratic unity speech, as you accurately described it, Keith, before New Hampshire? Does she go negative on Barack Obama? Does she really try to separate herself and go after him in a very hard way?
Yep.
That's a very risky strategy, but that's what's being decided tonight and all the way back on the plane to New Hampshire.
Thank you, Brian Williams. Thank you, Tim Russert. Much more ahead, including this one notation here that just among the Democrats in Iowa, the vote was 32-31 Obama over Clinton. So that might explain that Clinton magnanimity there at the end. We're expecting to hear from the projected Democratic winner, Barack Obama, and we will continue with MSNBC's coverage of the Iowa caucuses after this.
What was 32-31?
Good evening. Alongside Chris Matthews, I'm Keith Olbermann. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the 2008 Iowa caucuses, the mathematically bewildering process by which voters in the Hawkeye State choose their presidential candidates. It could not have been simpler tonight, though, when it came to projecting the winners. Governor Huckabee projected to all but run away with the Republican race, if not all the delegates that come with it. Governor Romney, the runner-up, former Senator Thompson, and Senator McCain in an apparent tight race for third place. Senator Obama, about to speak in Des Moines within a few minutes, projected to handily win the Democratic field, though subtract those 20% independent voters, it's Obama 32, Clinton 31. Senators Clinton and Edwards still fighting it out officially for second place. In the last hour, Senator Clinton acknowledging turnout in a good way, even though it appears the high turnout was not kind to her.
We have seen an unprecedented turnout here in Iowa, and that is good news because today we're sending a clear message that we are going to have change, and that change will be a Democratic president in the White House in 2009.
And also in the last hour, Senator Edwards declaring himself the second-place finisher without congratulating the projected winner, Senator Obama, failing to note something of an irony of the status quo that would make him the runner-up in the Iowa caucuses for the second presidential election in a row.
The one thing that's clear from the results in Iowa tonight is the status quo lost and change won. And now we move on. We move on from Iowa to New Hampshire and to the other states. to determine who's best suited to bring about the change that this country so desperately needed.
On the Republican side, Governor Mike Huckabee, meanwhile, promising his supporters tonight that he plans to repeat tonight's victory on November 4th, 306 days from now.
A new day is needed in American politics, just like a new day is needed in American government. And tonight, it starts here in Iowa, but it doesn't end here. It goes all the way through the other states and ends at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue 1 year from now.
The governor spoke of who was behind him, and as you saw, Chuck Norris was behind him. In what might be considered by some political sour grapes, Governor Romney choosing to speak at the exact same hour as the winner in this race, his remarks evoking his past as Olympic organizer.
You win the silver in one event, it doesn't mean you're not going to come back and win the gold in the final event, and that we're going to do.
We're waiting for Senator Obama to address his supporters. In the interim, let's go to Obama campaign headquarters at NBC's Lee Cowan. Lee, good evening.
Good evening. The senator was, we were told, at dinner with his family when he found out the news that he had actually won here tonight. He's making his way up to the stage as we speak. He had talked a lot about how this a big turnout was certainly going to do him well. He talked a lot about how he thought he was going to prove all the pundits wrong, that not only a lot of young people were going to turn out, but a lot of independents were going to turn out, and that's exactly what happened tonight. Expect to see and hear a lot of that as we go to Senator Obama as he takes the stage.
See how this plays tomorrow, but let's repeat that one statistic. It's as we wait for Senator Obama to get to the podium and enjoy verbally his moment of triumph. The number without the 20% independents, which is the same number who voted in the Democratic caucus in Iowa in 2004, about 20%. Without that, he wins 32-31. Not by a large margin. That obviously would be the thing that the Clinton camp hangs on.
Yes, but consider that the fact that this is the Clinton Democratic Party, he's beating the incumbents. That's something in itself, plus drawing all the independents that they'll need in the general election. Let's be honest, if you only win with Democrats, you're not going to win the general. Pretty stylish family, I must say. There they are.
Here's the senator.
Thank you. 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 Thank you, Iowa. You know, they said this day would never come. They said our sights were set too high. They said this country was too divided, too disillusioned to ever come together around a common purpose. But on this January night, at this defining moment in history, you have done what the cynics said we couldn't do. You have done what the state of New Hampshire can do in 5 days. You have done what America can do in this new year, 2008. In lines that stretched around schools and churches, in small towns and in big cities, you came together as Democrats, Republicans, and independents to stand up and say that we are one nation, we are one people, and our time for change has come. You said the time has come to move beyond the bitterness and pettiness and anger that's consumed Washington, to end the political strategy that's been all about division and instead make it about addition, to build a coalition for change that stretches through red states and blue states. Because that's how we'll win in November, and that's how we'll finally meet the challenges that we face as a nation. We are choosing hope over fear. We're choosing unity over division and sending a powerful message that change is coming to America. You said the time has come to tell the lobbyists who think their money and their influence speak louder than our voices that they don't own this government. We do, and we are here to take it back. The time has come for a president who will be honest about the choices and the challenges we face, who will listen to you and learn from you even when we disagree, who won't just tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to know. And in New Hampshire, if you give me the same chance that Iowa did tonight, I will be that president for America. I'll be a president who finally makes health care affordable and available to every single American the same way I expanded health care in Illinois by bringing Democrats and Republicans together to get the job done. I'll be a president who ends the tax breaks for companies that ship our jobs overseas and put a middle-class tax cut into the pockets of working Americans who deserve it. I'll be a president who harnesses the ingenuity of farmers and scientists and entrepreneurs to free this nation from the tyranny of oil once and for all. And I'll be a president who ends this war in Iraq and finally brings our troops home. Who restores our moral standing, who understands that 9/11 is not a way to scare up votes, but a challenge that should unite America and the world against the common threats of the 21st century. Common threats of terrorism and nuclear weapons, climate change and poverty, genocide and disease. Tonight, we are one step closer to that vision of America because of what you did here in Iowa. And so I'd especially like to thank the organizers and the precinct captains, the volunteers, and the staff who made this all possible. And while I'm at it, on thank yous, I think it makes sense for me to thank the love of my life, the rock of the Obama family, the closer on the campaign trail. Give it up for Michelle Obama. You. I know you didn't do this for me. You did this because you believed so deeply in the most American of ideas, that in the face of impossible odds, people who love this country can change it. I know this. I know this because while I may be standing here tonight, I'll never forget that my journey began on the streets of Chicago doing what so many of you have done for this campaign and all the campaigns here in Iowa, organizing and working and fighting to make people's lives just a little bit better. I know how hard it is. It comes with little sleep, little pay, and a lot of sacrifice. There are days of disappointment, but sometimes, just sometimes, there are nights like this. A night that years from now, when we've made the changes we believe in, when more families can afford to see a doctor, when our children, when Malia and Sasha and your children inherit a planet that's a little cleaner and safer, when the world sees America differently, and America sees itself as a nation less divided and more united, you'll be able to look back with pride and say that this was the moment when it all began. This was the moment when the improbable beat what Washington always said was inevitable. This was the moment when we tore down barriers that have divided us for too long. When we rallied people of all parties and ages to a common cause. When we finally gave Americans who'd never participated in politics a reason to stand up and to do so. This was the moment when we finally beat back the politics of fear and doubt and cynicism, the politics where we tear each other down instead of lifting this country up. This was the moment. Years from now, you'll look back and you'll say that this was the moment. This was the place where America remembered what it means to hope. For many months, we've been teased, even derided, for talking about hope. But we always knew that hope is not blind optimism. It's not ignoring the enormity of the task ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. It's not sitting on the sidelines or shirking from a fight. Hope is that thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us if we have the courage to reach for it and to work for it and to fight for it. Hope is what I saw in the eyes of the young woman in Cedar Rapids who works the night shift after a full day of college and still can't afford health care for a sister who's ill. A young woman who still believes that this country will give her the chance to live out her dreams. Hope is what I heard in the voice of the New Hampshire woman who told me that she hasn't been able to breathe since her nephew left for Iraq, who still goes to bed each night praying for a safe return. Hope is what led a band of colonists to rise up against an empire, what led the greatest of generations to free a continent and heal a nation, what led young women and young men to sit at lunch counters and brave fire hoses and march through Selma and Montgomery for freedom's cause. Hope is what led me here today. With a father from Kenya, a mother from Kansas, and a story that could only happen in the United States of America. Hope is the bedrock of this nation. The belief that our destiny will not be written for us, but by us, by all those men and women who are not content to settle for the world as it is, who have the courage to remake the world as it should be. That is what we started here in Iowa, and that is the message we can now carry to New Hampshire and beyond. The same message we had when we were up and when we were down, the one that can change this country brick by brick, block by block, calloused hand by callous hand, that together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things, because we are not a collection of red states and blue states. We are the United States of America. And in this moment, in this election, we are ready to believe again. Thank you, Iowa.
Senator Barack Obama's victory speech at Iowa tonight after a thunderous and a successful evening. Not so for Senator Joe Biden, who got 1% of the delegate count and is withdrawing from the race. Here's Senator Biden.
Senate, excuse me, a point of personal privilege. My staff and my friends. I mean, you know, we've had people, the highest paid guys in the country, working for me for nothing on the promise that sometime we'll be able to pay them. I mean, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. One of the best filmmakers in the country, Joe Slade White. One of the, I mean, John Martilla. I don't want to say, I guess I shouldn't start naming all these people, but, you know, David, well, I mean, people who are really, really, Mike Donald. I mean, these guys are able to command significant sums. Other campaigns asked them to be with them. And they knew I had no money, because they knew I made no promises. And they knew that there would only be a time that we will in fact be able to meet their minimum requirements that they provided for us. There's so many of you who've sacrificed for me. I feel so indebted to you. But you know, folks, Jill and I, come on up here with me, Jilly. Jill and I, when we decided to do this, when we decided to do this.
Senator Biden dropping out as the speech from Senator Obama was still in progress. Senator Dodd dropped out in the last hour. It is symbolic. The timing is symbolic in terms of the outcomes. 0% of the delegate count to Chris Dodd, and 1% of the delegate count among the Democrats to Joe Biden. And let's now go back to the other end of things, Chris, and to our headlines and to our panel. You want to take us in with...
Well, let's go in. Let's give everybody a shot. We're looking over the numbers tonight, Howard and Rachel and Pat and Gene. It seems to me that if you look at this profile of the voter for Barack Obama, it's fascinating. Very young, very liberal, in some cases very rich. It's quite an impressive group, Pat Buchanan.
Well, it certainly is, and I mean, he put together a terrific achievement here, I think, Chris, and you've got to say it's gotten pretty much, I think, down to an Obama-Hillary race. I know Edwards is going to go on, but I noticed both Hillary and Obama were touching the same populist chord that Edward used to good effect to come in second, and Huckabee did the same. I think economic populism is going to be one of the themes of this campaign. I think Mrs. Clinton's speech was exceedingly gracious. She is still the national front runner, although it's getting to be a really two-person race right now. And I'll tell you, I thought Mike Huckabee gave a perfectly splendid, uplifting, positive victory speech, as opposed, you might say, to what McCain did, who really chopped into Mr. Romney. And I think Huckabee's been maybe being underestimated as a national candidate.
Let me go to Gene Robinson. Gene, it seems to me that on the going back to the Democrat, because I think it is going to be the worldwide headline, it's certainly going to be the American headline tomorrow morning, that Barack Obama has come from where he's come from. I like that speech he just gave.
That was a goosebumps moment for me. It really was. It reminded me. People have drawn the comparison. You know, I was old enough. I was in my teens when Bobby Kennedy was running for the presidency, and there's something about Obama that has that captures some of that feeling, I think, of the Bobby Kennedy candidacy, that enormous outpouring of hope that he kind of inspires. You know, this was not a narrow victory tonight by Obama. I mean, his margin over Hillary Clinton, as of now, is 9 points. That's the same as Huckabee's margin over Romney. So this is pretty much a thumping that he gave to Hillary Clinton and John Edwards, and I really think this not only boosts the Obama candidacy, but in a way that I find, you know, touching and important. Right. I think does turn a page in the life of the nation.
If you compare the two speeches, Rachel, it seems to me that Barack gave a big picture speech, a heroic speech in many ways about America today. And I look at Hillary Clinton's speech, and it looked like a bunch of buttons were being pushed. The same old, you know, focus group approved buttons. Here's say the word, say the word, say the word, and you'll get the conditioned response. And it certainly doesn't work for people like me who are watching this thing for year after year after year. I just think it's manipulative, whereas his appeal is heroic. It's different. It's just different in quality than hers.
Well, the emotion is definitely there with Obama tonight. And I think I think it's worth noting, and I think, Gene, this is some of what you're getting at too, that as an American, it feels great to have a totally viable black candidate win Iowa, whether he's a Democrat or a Republican. That's the country I want to live in where that's possible. And I think that a lot of people are feeling that emotion about feeling good about the country because of that. I will say, I think actually having Joe Biden there for a second to jump off for is maybe really relevant here, because Joe Biden, Chris Dodd, Bill Richardson, and Hillary Clinton are the people who are all running on this "I'm ready, I have the experience to lead" platform. They all essentially had the same message. That's not the camp that Hillary Clinton wants to be in right now. Obama's running on saying, hey, we need someone new to lead. So I think you'll start to hear other people echoing that message.
But the thing is, you have to countenance the fact there. If Hillary Clinton had her way, she would have authorized the Iraq War. She did have her way. She did authorize the Iraq War. How can that candidate be the change candidate? I don't get it. I think there's a factual problem for her nomination. If she's seeking the nomination of a party insistent on change, how does she play rear guard in defending her own vote to authorize the war in Iraq? Well, I don't get the argument.
That depends on whether or not the election's going to be about Iraq. And
well, the numbers here show that to a large extent it is, Rachel.
Well, it's about the economy, it's about Iraq, it's about a lot of things. But Barack Obama's whole message is not just the word change, which you're now hearing everybody use on both sides of the aisle. Barack Obama's message is we need a new cast of characters. His most effective, most resonant line in his stump speech is about how much experience Cheney and Rumsfeld had.
She's not ready to look. There's a problem here. There's a factual problem, Howard. I want to go to you on this. There's a factual problem. How can she be the candidate that calls for change if she will not change the position she took on the Iraq War? She will not change that position, which was a position of authorization of the war. I just don't see it. We're in the 7th year of this war. It's going on and on and on with no sight of ending. It is one of the paramount issues of the campaign. It's the backdrop of this campaign. And Hillary Clinton is in the position of having authorized it and refuses to change that position.
Well, Chris, what that vote did was allow Barack Obama to paint Hillary as an agent, ultimately, of the past, as an old story. I saw Bill Clinton the other day in Iowa making the speech for Hillary, and I was trying to think in my mind as I watched Bill Clinton, am I watching the end of something here? Am I watching the end of an era? I wasn't sure, but I think the results tonight tell me that it is the end of an era. I feel in Iowa, having spent a lot of time out there the last few weeks, a kind of torch-passing moment from one end of the baby boom generation to the other. Now, Gene talks about it in terms of race, which is very important. If you look at the AP lead, the AP wire lead, it says Senator Barack Obama, bidding to become the nation's first black president, captured the Iowa caucuses. So it's a historic moment. But what Barack Obama's race signifies is not his race per se, but a generational change to a generation that paradoxically doesn't look to race first. Obama's race becomes a symbol for change. It becomes a mark of change, a measure of change from one generation to another. Hillary's vote on the war put her in the past, especially with young voters. If you went to the Obama headquarters in Des Moines, and I spent a lot of time there, you saw a lot of younger people from all over the country, Democrats, young kids who wanted a new vision of America and the world. That's why they were out there voting for Obama. They organized superbly, Chris. This is a big story. These were kids who didn't know that much about Iowa, who used their brains and their shoe leather to organize the state in a way that nobody had organized it, arguably since Jimmy Carter surprised the world a generation ago. They came into that state. Not only did they know the state, they knew the caucus mechanisms. I mean, David Gregory said earlier tonight that the Obama kids, the Obama organizers, had necklaces of beads around their necks so they could count the delegates. They worked the secondary votes, you know, the realignment votes. They picked up all the loose change. This is a generational change, I'm telling you, and even if they don't win, they've made their mark tonight.
Howard, I've got to fact check you on one thing, though, and I'm a big fan of coroners and undertakers when the time is right. But having said what you said, and not to diminish that or to diminish what Barack Obama did in Iowa tonight, but again, without those independents, and I understand you're not going to get elected just by getting the Democrats to vote for the Democrat or the Republicans for the Republican. You've got to get the independents if people perceive themselves or grade themselves as such. What happens when you take the independents out of what happened in Iowa, and it's not an 8-9% victory for Obama over Clinton, but a 1% when it's 32-31. How does that jibe with what you're saying?
Well, but let's look at the next couple of events. New Hampshire, independents can vote in the Democratic primary. I would say right now, at this very minute, Obama is probably, in a matter of hours, going to be, if he isn't already, the leader in New Hampshire. Then you go down to South Carolina, where the Democratic constituency is half African American. They were waiting for a sign of white voters voting for Obama. I think he's got a very good chance of winning South Carolina, too. You look at Nevada, where, yes, it's Democrats. The culinary workers, the unions in Nevada have to decide whom to endorse. You think they're going to endorse Hillary Clinton now? I don't think so. So where does Hillary, where does John Edwards gain the momentum to carry the thing forward to Democrats-only events that like you're talking about? This is a media wave going on here. You saw it tonight. You saw that audience. You saw that speech. That was one of the most elegant, broad-gauged speeches on a caucus night that I have ever heard, and I would say everybody else in this room would agree. I mean, the guy is a major phenomenon. He just is, and the whole world better look at it.
You know, I think there's even something grander going on here, and I can never say that, of course, about America, where race has always been our San Andreas fault, the thing that does always threaten to divide us, in fact, too often does. But there's something about Obama and where he comes from. He's almost delivered to us through Indonesia, through a Kenyan father. He's a man of the world, a third world in many ways person, not just an American. It's all a big picture here. You know, I bet there's not a Peace Corps volunteer in the country who served in the Peace Corps in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, or recently that won't vote for this guy. He is so emblematic of our attempt, I think, to rejoin the world. Anyway, thank you. The panel's staying with us, and when we return, more on why Obama and Huckabee both were winners tonight. We'll have more from our entrance polling. You like that? We asked them questions on the way in. Maybe they didn't change their mind when they were in there. We'll be back in a moment.
Towns and in big cities, you came together as Democrats, Republicans, and independents to stand up and say that we are one nation, we are one people, and our time for change has come.
The one thing that's clear from the results in Iowa tonight is the status quo lost and change won.
And Senator Obama won the change, 51-19. Let's take a look at some more numbers from tonight's entrance polls and why Obama and Huckabee were the winners in Iowa tonight. And for those numbers, let's go to MSNBC's Norah O'Donnell. Norah?
You've heard it, huge turnout. And of course, the key to Obama's victory tonight was a broad-based coalition. He won among voters who wanted change. He had the overwhelming support of young voters, too. And they showed up in greater numbers tonight than they did 4 years ago. And look at this number. 57% of those under 30 went for Obama. That number is astronomical, considering that neither Kerry nor Dean got more than 35% in 2004. This year, there was a youth vote, and it went for Obama. We know Hillary was counting on women to try and carry her to victory tonight, and they did turn out. More than half of the caucus goers were women. See that, 57%, but they voted for Obama. That's right. Obama bested Hillary among women with 35% to her 30%. So women did make the difference in this race. Now, what about John Edwards? You know, we've been talking about him. He was counting on union households. He was counting on low-income voters to carry him through. He had that populist message. But our polling shows he lagged behind Hillary and Obama in both of those groups, union households and low income. Talking about the Republican victory of Mike Huckabee, 60% of the people who came out to the caucus for Republicans tonight described themselves as born-again evangelicals. 45% of those went to Mike Huckabee. Mitt Romney was only able to pick up about 19%. That's key. One source told me tonight that Romney tried to pretty much hit his model for turning out voters. They just couldn't account for the large number of evangelicals that turned out. It was record turnout among the Republicans as well as the Democrats tonight.
Nora O'Donnell, great thanks. We have had our third dropout from the Democratic race. Mike Gravel, who was notable here for having been the first one in on April 17th, 2006, 20 and a half months ago, is now out. And as are Senators Biden and Dodd, as we reported to you earlier. Now let's go to the other end of the spectrum, to Obama campaign headquarters. NBC's Lee Cowan is standing by there, where I imagine there is still some celebration going on, Lee.
There is, Keith. They're just starting to leave, actually. I think, you know, it's fair to say, you guys talked about this before, that Senator Obama is a gifted speaker. Sometimes the expectations, though, of his speeches were pretty high because people who didn't know him necessarily all that well still expected that Democratic National Convention speech that he gave back in 2004. But over the last couple of days, you really saw that passion come back into his voice. He was really feeding off the crowds, and I think you saw that again tonight. I mean, I think a lot of the headlines tomorrow are going to be talking about, like you mentioned, a very broad speech, higher theme speech, and it really got the crowd going here. I think, as Nora was saying, so many of the young people turned out just as his campaign had hoped, and I think you got a sense of that from the people here, and they really got a sense that they were witnessing history. As he walked out on the stage tonight, you could just see a sea of iPhones and digital cameras and cell phone cameras all trying to record the speech, or at least his entrance onto the stage. You just get a sense that it's a different kind of folks that are here. They're engaged, and there seems to be a different kind of energy. It's hard to describe, but it just seems a little bit more youthful and certainly more pointed, I think, than we've seen in the past. Keith?
Thank you, Lee Cowan, at Obama headquarters, where they are no doubt noting this number, that after cleaning up among the independents, they now moved to New Hampshire, where it is 40% registered independents there. Also, we have an update on the total number at the Democratic caucuses, 236,000, with still a couple to check in, 89% growth in the total attendance since 2004. This did not turn out to be that great of news for Hillary Clinton. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is at Clinton campaign headquarters in Des Moines and joins us again. Good evening, Andrea.
Good evening, Keith. It really is a stinging rebuke. And one of the most interesting numbers in those earlier exit polls is that by 41% to 17%, Barack Obama defeated Hillary Clinton among independents. She had long argued that she had electability going for her. Well, in fact, in her concession speech here tonight, a rather graceful speech, she talked about moving on and how great this is for the Democratic Party and that she needs to continue to prove that she's ready to serve from day one. But the very fact is that in all of these numbers that we're seeing tonight, Keith and Chris, she is not the most electable Democrat right now. He did better among independents and among the small number of Republicans who voted in the Democratic caucus than did Hillary Clinton. So all of her key arguments that she had going into Iowa and now going into New Hampshire have been really deflated. The women's vote is a devastating fact, 35 to 30%, as Nora was just explaining. These exit polls just destroy her whole argument for going forward. She has to come up with a new rationale for her candidacy, and obviously they've got the money, $100 million. She can compete dollar for dollar with Barack Obama, but she has to come up with a reason to give people to vote for her other than harking back to the past. This does seem to be the passing of a torch to a new generation, as Howard Fineman was describing it.
What did you make of the fact that we didn't hear from the former president tonight? He often accompanies his wife and says a few words. Not tonight.
Not tonight. This really was for her to define her defeat, to be as gracious as she could be in conceding, and to come up with a reason for going forward, which was to say that this is a great night for the Democratic Party because the turnout was so big and the party has grown and expanded, and it shows that people are rejecting the 7 years of George W. Bush and want a change, want, as she put it, a new beginning. The worst thing that she could have done tonight would have been to have been introduced by her husband, because it would have been as though he were trying to bail her out of a very bad spot.
Andrea Mitchell at Clinton headquarters in Des Moines, third place Clinton headquarters, as it turns out. Andrea, great thanks. John Edwards was right in that last moment speech that he made, that our projection now is that this is the way it's going to pan out pretty much. The numbers may change, but with only 1% not in, 38-30-29. And now let's go out to David Schuster on that other extraordinary number at the Polk County Convention Center in Des Moines. That number coming in throughout all of Iowa. The voter turnout at the caucuses in comparison to what was a pretty enthusiastic Democratic caucus in 2004 even. David?
Yeah, Keith, that's right. I mean, 236,000, and they're still counting the votes, counting the participation compared to the 125,000 2004. But what's so fascinating, Keith, is that on the models of a very heavy turnout, the Des Moines Register, for example, suggested that 45% would be non-Democrats if you're talking about a turnout that high. Actually, it was a largely Democratic turnout. When you look at the non-Democrats, you're only talking about 20% independents and only 4% Republicans. So in other words, it was, despite record levels, it was a largely Democratic tidal wave, registered Democratic voters. A couple of other things, Keith. When you look, and here are the numbers, of course, on the Democratic side, when you look at the Republican turnout, the Republican turnout was also up compared to 2000, the last competitive Republican caucus. Back then, it was about 85,000. Tonight, over 100,000. The lesson being great interest in the Democratic side, but also strong interest on the Republican side. And speaking of the Republicans, Mike Huckabee, we were looking at some crucial districts, some crucial precincts where it was important for Mike Huckabee to do well with evangelicals. The evangelicals came out, as Nora O'Donnell pointed out, 60% of all the caucus goers on the Republican side. However, when you look at the map of Iowa and you look at areas like Des Moines in the central part of the state and some of the suburbs that are not known for having evangelicals, Huckabee won those precincts strongly as well. Keith?
David Schuster inside the numbers in Des Moines. Great, thanks. Let's go back to our panel. Let's pick up on what the Republicans did, and I'll start with Gene Robinson. Who is in this race right now? Who is... obviously, Huckabee has cemented his bona fides here, but is it Huckabee, Giuliani, McCain, Huckabee, Romney, Giuliani? Who's in here now?
Your guess is as good as mine. Besides Huckabee, obviously, he's in the race. I think John McCain is definitely in the race because he seems in a strong position in New Hampshire. I don't think Mitt Romney is out of it yet, but he'd better do well in New Hampshire. I think this was not a good night for Rudy Giuliani. The Giuliani's come in late strategy seemed to depend on, he would have preferred, I think, a more narrow victory by Huckabee. But Huckabee showed some domination tonight, and I think that throws into question yet again Giuliani's strategy of, wait until Florida.
Is that the story, Pat Buchanan, that there is a headline maker among the Republicans, and it is not Rudy Giuliani, that he will barely be an afterthought in the coverage of this throughout the next, well, at least till next Tuesday?
I don't think his coverage next Tuesday is going to be very good. This is now down to Mike Huckabee, I think, is in the finals. You notice John McCain, when he was very acerbic about Romney, almost gloating in the defeat, he said, we're going to come to New Hampshire, these kinds of politics are going to be defeated, and then we're going to Michigan. Now, Michigan is the fallback position if there's anything for Romney, and McCain said he's going out there after him. I think Mitt Romney has got to win New Hampshire, in my judgment, or I don't see how he comes back to win the election. I think it looks now to me like McCain will probably win New Hampshire, although that independence moving to Barack Obama could be a problem for him. But it looks to me like he wins New Hampshire, and if he does, it looks like a Huckabee-McCain battle in South Carolina. And I know Chris might disagree with this, but I think that in that race, as it continues out, I would not make Huckabee the underdog right now. His speech was outstanding. It was inclusive. It was centrist. He's got the evangelicals for him, and he's moving toward the conservatives, and he's moving into states like South Carolina, where John McCain's got real problems.
The reason I'm skeptical about the Republicans nominating Huckabee is because this election for president is always decided in those purple states, as you know, Pat. Pennsylvania, Ohio, states like that. I'm familiar with Pennsylvania, and I still think that someone like McCain or Giuliani would be a much stronger Republican candidate in states like those.
Well, I think you may very well be right, Chris, but I think when you go into those Republican primaries, I think those people, many of them vote their heart and their convictions. And on this, I think Huckabee now is putting himself much more in tune with the Republicans' base than I think McCain can get to be.
Pat, thank you. We are now joined by one of the men of the hour, the gentleman we're discussing, the winner of the Iowa caucuses on the Republican side, Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas. Governor, congratulations, and congratulations on that engaging speech.
Well, thank you very much, Keith. It's a big night for us, but I think it's a bigger night for the people of the country who really do want to change the type of politics that maybe we've become used to. And I think the Democrats are showing the same thing with their process tonight.
Let me ask you about New Hampshire, Governor. What are your plans to compete up there? How do you intend to do well there as you did so well tonight in Iowa?
We have a geographical disadvantage in New Hampshire that we know, but we also have a message that resonates with people in New Hampshire. We don't have a whole lot of time to punch it home, but I think people in New Hampshire are going to be paying a lot of attention to us when they talk with us and we get a chance to talk about lowering taxes and changing the tax structure, which 80% of America wants to do, implementing a productivity elimination of taxes and instead going to consumption tax. People get that. They understand that they're being penalized for working harder, and that's counterintuitive to a good economy. People in New Hampshire believe in the Second Amendment. They want somebody who understands it, and I think our message will work well there. I don't know that I'll finish first, probably won't. Don't have to. But we're going to be competitive in New Hampshire, and that's what's important. We're still running first in South Carolina and in Florida, and I think tonight's going to boost us in all of those states.
What do you make of Mayor Giuliani's decision to sort of begin his campaign in Florida?
Well, the mayor's, you know, got a different strategy than we do, and I respect it. And he looked at the landscape and thought, what does he need to do in order to get the nomination? And clearly he's betting on some of the bigger states. I think it'd be a little early to say, well, he made a mistake. No, he's doing his plan. I have to do mine. We're different candidates. I have great respect for the mayor. In fact, I personally very fond of him. So I think until we see the process unfold through the first part of February, we won't know whether it's a mistake or not.
Governor, there were some issues, and you just raised this point yourself, that seem to overlap, at least in terms of tone, inclusiveness between you and Senator Obama in his victory speech tonight after what he did with the Democrats. I don't think anybody would be more delighted to see a positive, an entirely positive campaign. Is it practical even in these days? At some point, is there going to be blood drawn despite what you said tonight?
Now, Keith, you and Chris both know you'd love to see a good scrap if this thing got down to anybody. People like the tension and the conflict. Campaigns ultimately end up going there most of the time. I agree with you, though, if we could actually have that kind of civil discourse and an honest discussion about here are the differences we have, I think the country would win. And I think so many people in this country, though they say they respond to negative ads, the truth is they really do get sick of it. Iowa was just inundated with mail, with television ads. It just got disgusting. And I think there comes a point at which people just don't want to spend their whole political lives doing dumpster diving.
Well, you're making the news of the world tonight, Governor. I'm looking at the national, international headlines now. You're in Al Jazeera. You've won the press attention of Al Jazeera, along with Barack Obama. The International Herald Tribune, the Jerusalem Post. It describes you as a Baptist preacher turned politician. Wrote a wave of support from evangelical Christians to victory. Does that sound like an accurate description of your victory? The Jerusalem Post account. I wouldn't fight with them if I were you. But.
Yeah. Well, I think that was an AP account that was quoted in the Jerusalem Post.
You're right.
You know, I think people will try to say, well, of course I am, Chris. Why do you doubt me?
Because I didn't know you were such an inveterate newspaper reader based in recent history. That's why.
That's why. Well, the fact is, there's going to be an attempt to say, oh, this is just the evangelical thing. I was a governor longer than I was a pastor. And in that time, we improved our roads and education system and health care. We did in our state what people are wanting to see happen in America. And when people try to say, oh, well, he's this Baptist minister turned politician. Now, what they really are understanding is, I was a governor, I led a state, we saw jobs created, we saw roads built, we saw a health care system improved, and they look at their own lives and say, what do we want in America? That's what they want, somebody who actually solves problems rather than just punches the daylights out of the other party. That's kind of polarizing and paralyzing politics is what people are sick of.
You were very successful in retail politics, as we say. It's sort of a David Broder term, retail politics, meeting people one-on-one, not relying on big media buys. In Iowa, how do you project that ability when you have to do like 10 states the same day, where you really have a hard time retailing all those big states?
Well, people still like retail politics, and though you may not be able to shake every single person's hand, if they know that you want to, if they know that when you talk to people, you look them in the eye and you really do care. As I said last night on Jay Leno, I think people are looking for a president that resembles the guy they work with, not the guy that, you know, laid them off from their job. And when people feel like their president relates to them, actually cares what kind of life they're living, they don't have to personally see you. They just need to see that when you do talk to other people and when you talk to them, whether it's on television or in a speech or wherever it is.
Governor, looking at some of this entrance polling numbers, one jumps out at me here on political philosophy. That between those who identified themselves as very conservative and voted tonight and those who identified themselves as somewhat conservative, that's 35% and 34% respectively, and unless my math has lost me here, that's nearly 70% voted for you. Is that 100% to your advantage as you go forward in the campaign, either in the Republican primaries or if you get to it in the general election, or can that be as much of a negative as if the 70% of the liberals voted for you?
I think people, whether they're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, I do think they want somebody who may not share all of their same views. They just want you to be consistent and believe your own stuff. And frankly, one of the things that I think is happening in this country, and maybe you're seeing it on both Democrat and Republican sides, is people are looking for somebody who is willing to say things that are a little unorthodox for their party. I mean, I'm talking about hunger and poverty and disease and the environment. And I got Republicans saying those aren't Republican topics. But my response is, oh, yes, they are, because they're American topics. It matters to people in America that we deal with issues like education and health care. And I'm not willing as a Republican to cede those over to the Democrats. That's one reason I believe we're doing as well as we are, because Republicans have kids. Republicans have health care concerns. Republicans pay 70 cents a gallon more this year than they did last year at the pump, and they're feeling it in their budgets and in their wallets. If we don't address those issues that are touching their families, we're not going to get elected next year. That's why I think we've got to be inclusive in our message as well as in how we approach those topics.
Not to overwhelm you on the religious questions, sir, but another statistic in here dovetails with something that happened, I think, to Governor Romney. Maybe it's my interpretation of things, maybe it isn't. But 56% of those who said that it matters to them a great deal that the candidate shares your religious belief, and 30% who said that there was somewhat was true. That's 86% of those who voted tonight voted for you as opposed to anybody else in this, including Governor Romney. When Governor Romney made his speech that was ostensibly to explain his religious conviction, there was a specific reference almost in there to the necessity of having a religious conviction. And those who thought that that might be an inappropriately strong statement seem to recoil from it, not just critics of the Republican Party, but people in the Republican Party as well. Do you think at some point you have to you face a question of what do you do about those who do not share not necessarily your religious beliefs, but any religious beliefs or religious beliefs to the degree that you have expressed them?
No, I don't think Americans necessarily vote for or against somebody just because of their religion. At least I certainly wouldn't want to believe that, whether they vote for or against me or somebody else. I think they want, however, you to be consistent with your own religion. You know, I said on Bill Maher, got a lot of people surprised and their eyebrows raised when I was asked about Pete Stark, a congressman from California, who's an openly declared atheist, and I said, that doesn't bother me. I'd rather have somebody who is an openly declared atheist who's honest about it than a person who claims to be a Christian but doesn't live like it. That's what disturbs me, is when people claim a faith and then they don't practice it. People are looking for authenticity, not necessarily someone who just absolutely goes right down the line of their own personal doctrine.
Well, amen to that is the only possible response. Governor Huckabee, congratulations.
I'll pass the plate, Keith, and you know, since you're amening, I'll just pass the plate. We'll just have us a revival meeting right here.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be something? You and Chris Matthews giving to me.
Well, that would be something. Anyway, congratulations, Governor. It's a big night for you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
It is. Thank you.
Sense of humor is never a drawback in any field.
I was impressed he knew that the Jerusalem Post story was an AP wire copy. I was impressed by that. After a couple of days of not keeping up with some of the other stories, I was impressed he did that one.
One would suspect somebody would have suggested that perhaps keeping an idea of the newspapers and certainly the articles about himself would be a good thing to do at all times.
He beat me. He proved me wrong.
In the remaining moment, really, before we take for a break, I've got to ask our panel, and specifically Howard Feynman, that how far does that hail well met fellow stuff work with those who do not agree with the governor's principles?
Well, I thought it worked pretty well right here over the last few minutes. You know, as big and as broad as Obama's speech and message was, Huckabee's the opposite in a way. He's the intimacy candidate. I mean, I thought his conversation with you guys showed the skill he has at trying to disarm people. He talked about the other things he's done, non-religious topics, his role as governor. Very, very skilled, very shrewd.
Howard,
if he can do that all the time, he can get a long way.
Howard,
go a long way, Chris.
Did the earth move for you?
No, the earth didn't move, but I thought you smiled and laughed, which meant a lot.
That's it. You thought it was the Jay Leno factor. It's the Chris Matthews laugh factor. All right, we're staying on for another hour with highlights from the speeches tonight on this big night for Governor Huckabee, and a big night, obviously, for Senator Obama. Big night for the Democrats as we keep mentioning that turnstile count. Plus, our panel will continue with us.
Huge.
You are watching MSNBC's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses. Alongside Chris Matthews, I'm Keith Olbermann. It is the night of Barack Obama and Mike Huckabee. If somehow you've been locked inside without a TV, here's what's happened. The projected winner, with about 99% of the actual vote counted, Barack Obama has taken, and rather significantly, by significant margins that is, the Democratic caucus. 38% to 30% for John Edwards. We believe these second and third place status numbers are locked in. Hillary Clinton finishing in third place at 29%. And already Mike Gravel, Chris Dodd, and Joe Biden having dropped out this evening. On the Republican side, it was another large margin of victory for the former governor of Arkansas and Tonight Show guest, Mike Huckabee. 34%, 9% more than Governor Mitt Romney, whom he defeated soundly, with Fred Thompson currently in third place. The others in that area, McCain and Paul, close to Fred Thompson in the race for third place. So that part of it is not over yet. Somebody gets that last number. There it is. There's the rest of it. McCain also at 13%, though slightly behind Thompson. Paul at 10%. Rudy Giuliani literally just watching.
Well, let's go right now to Chuck Todd, who's NBC political director, to give us a sense of what we've been perhaps overlooking tonight. We've tried to cover everything. Chuck, what's out there in terms of, you know, putting this together analytically?
Well, I think there's a couple things. I mean, one is that we got to remember that that everything is going to change about Barack Obama in the next 24 hours and this perception. And you've been talking about it in the positive. But there is going to be a slight other change. He is going to be covered like a front runner now. You know, he has been the challenger. The challenger has knocked out, you know, whatever analogy you want to use, challenger has knocked out the front runner here, the person that was holding the belt, and that's Hillary Clinton. So now everything gets turned. She gets to now start running as a challenger candidate, but Barack Obama now has to be a front runner. There's lots of tough things that come with being treated like a front runner. The spotlight gets brighter. And so, you know, this is not, I mean, you know, sometimes a lot of folks are going to get caught up in the momentum. I think, you know, Obama's likely to raise some $3, $4, $5 million tonight, because you could probably tell that he was got a lot of energy going. No doubt that you'll see something like that online with money. But there is going to be just sort of an entire shift, and you will just see the focus go on him, and it's going to be a different test for Obama. It's easy being a challenger. It's a lot tougher suddenly running from the front of the pack.
Can Hillary count on that? In other words, does she have to unsheath some weapons here in the next several days?
It's all she has left in this case, and I think that that's exactly how they're going to set this up, which basically say, okay, now let's make this a referendum on him. Not a referendum on whether he's changed, but a referendum on various things. They're going to probably try to hit him again with a lot of things that they felt like none of us would pick up on in the national media. And I think they're going to come back with some of those things and say, okay, more voters should know this. Maybe it won't be negative, but I think they think that we'll get some tougher press coverage of Obama and see if he stacks up. Saturday, there will be a debate. That's going to be, we have 3 candidates already out. I mean, it's going to be a very intimate debate, just 4 people. So it's going to be a moment for her to suddenly act like the challenger, but also Obama's got to know what it's like to take incoming, but incoming in a different way than he's taken before.
Well, you just made me feel very sad that I didn't get to do a debate, Chuck, with an intimate crowd rather than that group at Soldier Field. But I'm not
15,000 watched
with 900-degree temperatures. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not disagreeing with the conventional wisdom about John Edwards, but explain. Go through it, walk us through it again, why a second-place finish that actually exceeded Senator Clinton's by 1% means that he's not a viable candidate at this point.
Well, look, I'm not going to sit here and say he's not a viable candidate. Let's see what he can do in New Hampshire. Let's see. But the problem is the calendar's stacked against him. He has not ever had a great organization in New Hampshire. He didn't, you know, the last time he finished second here in Iowa, he didn't take off in New Hampshire. A lot of the folks that were sitting behind me are going to remember that. And so he is going to have a hard time in the next 5 days getting a lot of folks to pay attention to believe that somehow this second-place finish is different than the second-place finish he had 4 years ago, when that one catapulted him to 4th place in New Hampshire. You know, this time he's got to figure out how to, you know, I think what he was trying to do tonight, guys, he was trying to put a stake through Hillary Clinton's heart. I mean, I think you saw that in a lot of the other candidates, too, that they were hoping Edwards wants to somehow get into a one-on-one with Obama. I mean, I've heard them talk this up over the last couple of weeks. So that's what that whole concession speech, or whatever you want to call it, was designed to do, was to go after her, to try to see if they can somehow get her out of the way. But the idea that somehow that the media will do that, and frankly that the Clintons will allow that to be done to them, is unlikely.
Well, let's see. You know, it's interesting. You were talking just a moment ago, Chuck, about how Barack Obama will exploit his victory tonight in Iowa to raise money. I'm just looking right now at an email he's sending to all his contributors. It begins, "Friend, we just won Iowa, and I'm about to head down to talk to everyone." This was obviously put out right before he gave his speech tonight. Democrats turned out in record numbers tonight, and independents and even some Republicans joined our party to stand together for change. Thank you for everything you've done to make this possible. Signed, simply, Barack. And then there's a large, long button that says,
red button.
that says donate.
I've got the color version. It's a red button.
And it says donate.
Right.
In other words, you are encouraged to push that button tonight, and I'm sure it breaks out into a number of options and prompts that suggest $50, $100, or $5,000 million.
Push a button is the message here.
It's great.
Well, I'll tell you, and guys, we were talking earlier about movement candidacies. Movement candidates have to have victories. It's their fuel. They don't need money. They need victories to get them going and to keep them going. And that's what this victory will do tonight. I mean, I think we'll see Obama raise sums of money in the next 24, 48 hours that we haven't seen before in a post-primary or caucus period, and that's going to seem intimidating, and I think that's what the Obama campaign is going to try to create. The irony here, guys, is that he's now going to try to create an era of inevitability.
Right,
that he can't be stopped.
I heard it. I heard him become the incumbent right then. Thank you, Chuck
That's
Todd.
right. And okay.
We've got to go. Thank you very much, Chuck. Let's go listen now to some of Obama's speech tonight.
They said this day would never come. They said our sights were set too high. They said this country was too divided, too disillusioned to ever come together around a common purpose. But on this January night, at this defining moment in history, you have done what the cynics said we couldn't do. You have done what the state of New Hampshire can do in 5 days. You have done what America can do in this new year, 2008. In lines that stretched around schools and churches, in small towns and in big cities, you came together as Democrats, Republicans, and independents to stand up and say that we are one nation, we are one people, and our time for change has come. You said the time has come to move beyond the bitterness and pettiness and anger that's consumed Washington, to end the political strategy that's been all about division and instead make it about addition, to build a coalition for change that stretches through red states and blue states. Because that's how we'll win in November, and that's how we'll finally meet the challenges that we face as a nation.
Big speech. Let's go right now to Obama campaign headquarters tonight and NBC's Lee Cowan. Empty room, but it was filled a while ago. What a speech.
It really was, Chris. I mean, I think we've talked a lot about how sometimes Barack Obama can be a little inconsistent when he was out on the campaign trail, but I think in the last couple of days we really saw him, especially after that Des Moines Register poll came out, he started to pick up that enthusiasm. He was connecting with the audiences, and he is the kind of candidate that really feeds off that. And he did tonight, and I think you saw the kind of speech that he was made famous for in the first place, his speech back in 2004 at the Democratic National Convention, where he really hit some of the very same themes he's hitting again. And you're right, he nailed it tonight. And you could really get a sense in the room that people did think that this was history. I mean, they were really getting a sense. Everyone was taking pictures. It took him probably a good almost 45 minutes to get out of this room. By the time he walked all the way out the door, he was still here a lot longer than he ever is at any of these kind of events. So pretty amazing.
Well, this is sort of the second time I think we've noticed him acting as if he might just win this thing. The other night, when he had that debate with Hillary Clinton, where he seemed to be almost avuncular with her, as he parried her blow, her joke about so many Clinton people working for him. And I thought that tonight he did that as well, offering himself up as really a grand figure. I guess the question is, how does he convert his victory tonight and the money that may come from that in terms of contributions online and otherwise to winning in New Hampshire?
Well, I think, Chuck Todd's point was good. I think that, now he's going in as the front runner now. He's not a challenger anymore, but he does have this ability to turn any sort of negative attack into a positive, whether it was that debate with Hillary Clinton, whether it's the criticism about him being too hopeful in general, whether any of those kind of attacks, somehow he manages to turn it around, and it ends up being a line in the stump speech that usually gets a lot of laughs and a lot of applause. So he does have this ability to take some of those punches. I think Chuck's right that the attacks are going to be different than they have been in the past, but he does have a way to spin it around and use it to his advantage. And I think if he does that in New Hampshire, clearly you'll see the effect.
Let me draw this question out of you. Do you think, as you mixed among the people there tonight, I guess this is a big question, there might not be an answer yet, is there a sense on the part of the Obama people that they might just be able to win this one fairly early? In other words, they might be able to turn the screws on the Clintons in New Hampshire next Tuesday, win again in South Carolina, and begin to push them out of the race before February 5th. Is that doable, or do they realize it's a war of attrition and they simply have to go on and on and on, using up all the resources they can gather against an almost infinite amount of Clinton resources?
Well, I think it is a war of attrition to some extent, and I think they have to do what they did here, and that is pretty much use as many of their resources as they can and match the Clinton campaign. It worked here. It was a lot of hard work, they admit. A lot of money was spent. They say they're taking this one step at a time. They're not taking anything for granted in New Hampshire. They've worked just as hard there as Hillary Clinton has worked, and the polls are still so tight there as well. So I think they're seeing New Hampshire as a very similar kind of fight that Iowa was. South Carolina clearly a lot easier for them, but these are the two states really that they had the best chance of beating Hillary Clinton in. If they can do it in New Hampshire as well, I think there'll be a sense anyway that they really can win this thing, but I don't think they're there, not quite yet. I think they've got to get past New Hampshire first.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee Cowan, at the headquarters of Barack Obama, the big victor tonight. Coming up, we're going to hear more from Huckabee, Romney, Edwards, and Clinton. Mrs. Clinton, you're watching MSNBC's live coverage of the Iowa caucuses.
Mike Huckabee, the big winner tonight among the Republicans, although there are some weird numbers coming out of the exit poll data. We're going to discuss him and these numbers with our panel. Just let me throw this out. 52% of those who identified themselves as born-again or evangelical Christians did not vote for Mike Huckabee tonight. Obviously, among the individual support, his support was phenomenal, 46% to the others, combined 52%, but that's still a remarkable number. Anyway, let's listen to a little bit of what Huckabee said in, as I phrased it earlier, an engaging speech after his victory in Iowa tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I wasn't sure that I would ever be able to love a state as much as I love my home state of Arkansas. But tonight, I love Iowa a whole lot. Over the past several months, my family and I have had the marvelous joy and privilege of getting to know many of you, and it's been an incredible honor. I was thinking last night that some of the friendships that we've forged here in the last several months are friendships that will last a lifetime. And we didn't know how this was going to turn out tonight, but I knew one thing. I would be forever grateful to the people that I met, the ones who voted for me, even the ones who didn't, who still treated me with respect, and who gave me their attention, who allowed me to come often, not just into their communities, but into their homes, not once, but time and time again. And a few of them I even convinced to vote for me tonight, and that's really remarkable. I want to say how much I appreciate my wife, Janet. She was a wonderful First Lady of Arkansas. And I think she'll be a wonderful First Lady for the United States of America. We also want to say thanks. Our 3 children are with us tonight. I would like them to come and just be a part of this tonight. They have all been so much involved. Our oldest son, John Mark, our son, David, his wife, Lauren, our daughter, Sarah, who has literally lived in Iowa for the past 2.5 months. And I told her if she stayed much longer, she'll have to get her an Iowa driver's license and probably start paying even more taxes up here. And I say thanks to all of them for joining with us in this effort, because a family goes through it, not just the candidate. But tonight it's a celebration for everybody on our team, so many of you who have traveled from all across America to be here. I'm amazed, but I'm encouraged, because tonight what we have seen is a new day in American politics. A new day is needed in American politics, just like a new day is needed in American government. And tonight, it starts here in Iowa, but it doesn't end here.
Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas, with the first actual win in this, the 3rd year of the 4-year campaign for the presidency in 2008. And Chris has made this point before, but it just hit me tonight. If you're sitting there going, who does he remind me of? It's Kevin Spacey. It's Kevin Spacey playing Clarence Darrow in the HBO film from the 1990s. It's the same inflection and the same appearance and everything. Yes. All right, let's go back to the panel. We're not going to ask about who they
Can I ask a question of the panel? And I want to start with you, sir.
Oh, all right.
Have you ever seen a Chuck Norris movie?
I have not seen a Chuck
Howard Fineman, have you ever sat through a Chuck Norris movie?
Well, I've watched Texas Rangers, so that'll have to do with television.
Rachel, do you want me to just pass by you quickly?
No. I watched enough so that I could grab really good fight sound effects to use for my radio show. He has the most awesome punching noises ever.
Pat, have you ever watched a Chuck Norris movie?
One Texas Ranger show.
Gene, have you ever watched a Chuck Norris movie?
I don't think it's possible to watch an entire Chuck Norris movie. You could watch snippets. No, I've never seen an entire Chuck Norris.
I've just established the elitism of this group, this conclave.
And you, Mr. Matthews, and you?
Not a chance. Not a chance. And I'm just wondering why.
He was a sensation out there, Chris. He was an ad. You know, this sounds like a small thing, but that ad that Huckabee put on about Chuck Norris approved was a sensation on the internet. It got 1 million hits on YouTube. It helped Huckabee raise money. Norris campaigned with him all over Iowa. I even got to meet Chuck Norris and suddenly became a hero in the eyes of my own 16-year-old son, because there's a huge fan club on the internet of sort of facetious Chuck Norris websites all about the heroics of Chuck Norris. So it's a 2-generational play. It's the older folks who are not elitists like us, who actually watched all the Chuck Norris movies and TV shows, and kids who love the Chuck Norris websites and decided that Mike Huckabee was sort of cool because he was associated with Chuck Norris. It was remarkable, and of course all of us inside the Beltway completely missed it.
Well, all right, so
my point, exactly.
He's got the support of Chuck Norris. We've established that. And it's a really cool thing to have the support of Chuck Norris.
Yes, it is.
And if you disagree, he's going to come in and kick your head in, if you understand that's Chuck Norris. But what? Here's the contra question here. Already tonight, there's been an email sent out by Richard Viguerie, who's one of the either the greats or the demons, depending on your point of view, of the conservative movement, slamming Huckabee on spending. And when asked about Huckabee tonight, the chairman of the RNC, Mike Duncan, changed the subject from a congratulatory kind of question lead in to what the Democrats are doing. Let's start with Rachel Maddow. Is there a backlash anticipated here by the GOP mainstream, with or without Chuck Norris's support?
Big time. And I'm really actually glad that we're finally getting to this, because I think it's really hard to talk about a candidate's chances for becoming the nominee of their party without talking about the powers that be in that party. And if the Richard Vigueries of the conservative movement, and if the Club for Growth, and if the Swift Boat Veterans Funders, and all of these other really, important powers within the Republican Party structure continue to hate Huckabee more than they love life itself, that's going to be a big problem. What we're going to have to figure out is who they're going to pick as the anti-Huckabee. They don't particularly like John McCain. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that they're going to be have planned for Romney imploding like this. But we're going to have to look at who those forces are going to support, because they're never going to support Huckabee.
Pat Buchanan knows this from the inside and the outside. What do you think of this?
Well, there have been conservatives, especially people like Phyllis Schlafly, who's very highly regarded, who are very, very down on Huckabee, and also Viguerie and some of these others And all of them, some of them are moving toward Romney as the alternative. But the point you make, Rachel, is an important one. Who do they get behind? I don't think these folks are going to get behind John McCain in a Republican primary. And that's what, Keith, if you've got those figures again of the conservatives, they were very dramatic where you said that number of people out there went for Huckabee. He apparently is convincing these folks that he is the populist conservative out there, as well as the Christian evangelical. As I mentioned earlier, he goes in with those two aces, and he's got this engaging demeanor. Now, Obama is an orator, but you look at him, you say, that was a phenomenal speech, and here's somebody that's sitting there talking to you on almost a one-to-one basis, which I think is extraordinarily effective with grassroots Republican voters. This is going to be a tough man to stop.
Gene Robinson, those numbers in particular, very conservative. It's 35 Huckabee, 23 Romney tonight, Thompson 22. Somewhat, it's 34 Huckabee, 27 Romney, and then 18 McCain. So where does the opposition from within the Republican Party rally behind? Is it that conservative end? I'm thinking that's not going to be Giuliani.
I don't think it's Giuliani. It could be Mitt Romney, but you know, he's not the most beloved by the true conservatives. Look, Huckabee is a very persuasive man. We've seen that tonight. I suspect we'll see him do more persuading in New Hampshire than maybe we would have thought possible. So I don't put it beyond the realm of possibility that over time he somehow brings around enough of these elements of the traditional Republican coalition to get behind him. Now, it's far-fetched. I realize that because I really don't like this guy. But he might shift some of his positions. He might soften some of his rhetoric, and we'll just have to see if they can learn to live with their new front runner.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. We'll be getting back to the panel. They'll stay with us, and when we return, Romney, Edwards, and Clinton, plus more from our entrance polling, including some remarkable facts about the Barack Obama percentage tonight when compared to John Kerry in Iowa in 2004. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the 2008 Iowa caucuses.
In this last year, you think about where we started. An unknown governor from the bluest state in America comes to Iowa running against, well, at that time, 3 household names: Rudy Giuliani, John McCain, Fred Thompson, and somehow tonight we beat all of them. We just got to make sure we keep that up, state after state after state. And you know, as I was going across Iowa over this last year with Ann and the boys here, and my daughters-in-law and my grandkids, we heard something time and time again. People feel that Washington is broken, that Washington just can't get the job done. It's not just the White House they're talking about. It is Washington. They look at what's happening there and they say, how come Washington can't deal with illegal immigration? How come Washington can't build better jobs for us? How come Washington can't help us become energy independent? How come Washington can't get health insurance for all of our citizens without making it Hillary care or socialized medicine? Washington is broken, and we're going to change that.
That's Mitt Romney, who spoke at the same time that winner Mike Huckabee did earlier tonight.
All right, let's take a look at some more numbers from tonight's entrance polls, how the races broke down. For that, we go again to MSNBC's Norah O'Donnell. Norah?
Hi there, Keith. Hi there, Chris. Well, we've been digging deeper into these numbers and trying to look forward to New Hampshire because the next key contest, yes, just 4 days from now. And one of the key constituencies there, as you know, independents in New Hampshire, they make up 40% of the electorate. So let's take a look at how the independents voted tonight in the caucuses. So we'll break it down, starting with the Democrats. 1 in 5 identified themselves as independents. And who won among independents? Check it out. Tonight's victor, Barack Obama, with 41%, and Hillary Clinton came in last of the big three with only 17% of independents. I think that's pretty interesting. Among the Republicans who identified themselves as independents, 11% turning out. And there's a name we haven't seen much of tonight, Ron Paul, capturing that vote with some 29%. McCain close behind with 23%. And Romney and Huckabee were just about even there. Also, on the Democratic side tonight, we learned that this youth vote was real. It propelled Barack Obama to victory. Can he replicate that in New Hampshire? Take a look at these numbers. 22% total were under 30, 57% going for Obama. Now let's turn to the Republicans. 40% of those under 30 went to Huckabee, 22% for Romney, 21% to Ron Paul, only 7% to McCain. If McCain wants to win in New Hampshire, he is probably going to have to improve that number of voters under 30 and also do better with independents, because we know he's going to be competing with Barack Obama's for those independents in New Hampshire, which again make up 40% of the electorate.
Nora O'Donnell with the, again, entrance polling information. Great, thanks, Nora.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let's return to the panel and talk about what this independent stuff means or does not mean. The analysis of this, Howard Fineman, in both parties for support drawn from independents is this is a good augur for obviously a general election, but also a good augur in many cases because of the way the cards lay out for nomination within the party?
Well, I think certainly on the Obama side that's true, as we were talking about before. I think because New Hampshire has so many independent voters, the so-called undeclareds, they're 40% of the electorate in New Hampshire. It's very helpful to Obama as he tries to convert this into victory in New Hampshire. For Huckabee, it's a little more complicated. He can try to draw on some of those voters in New Hampshire, too, and he may get some of them. Then they all go to party-only contests in most cases. But I think the interest that independent voters show, and sometimes people from the other party show, is a broader indication of the excitement that some of these candidates are bringing to the campaign. The bigger picture here, as Chris was saying earlier, is that, at least based on this, people don't want your usual traditional political candidates. People like Romney, who was so mechanical and obviously political, and Hillary Clinton, who comes out of 20 years worth of visible political tradition in Washington. At least this first cut, voters are looking for outside-the-box candidates. That's of appeal to independents, and I think it will be of appeal to party activists also. I think it's going to be that way. That's the way it was here, too. Obama only won by 1 point among Democrats, but he did win.
You know, I think that we have to always project ourselves, because that's all we have, to try to figure out how voters are voting. It could well be that the voters are trying something new, that they are really desperate, that they have voted in many cases from the time they were 18. They've been trying every 4 or 8 years to try to find good government, and they've voted the traditional line. They voted for the middle-of-the-road Democrat, the middle-of-the-road Republican per se, and they keep saying, well, that's not working. I've got to try something else. And so on the Republican side, they've gone in this case to the fundamentalist, to someone who's the pure thing, who's very much a values-driven guy, who's not necessarily in any way a politician, really, in the traditional sense. And on the Democratic side, they've gone to someone who is, he's almost third world in his background and the way he grew up, and really offers himself as a politician. He doesn't run as a nationalist, per se. And maybe they're just trying to, Howard, to make your point, I really think they might be just out there earnestly trying to find the solution to this puzzle of American government. And they don't think that the traditional way of voting, the way the ward leader tells you to vote, or the way they do in the voter guide, has ever worked. Because they've tried every 4 years, and they've gone to vote, and they just want this country to work. And yet they look at healthcare is stuck, the war is stuck, energy is stuck, the climate change is stuck. There's not an issue that we've resolved since the Civil Rights Act in '64. We don't do anything in our government anymore. We don't finish a job. Name something we've done, except raise taxes, lower them, raise spending, lower spending, pork barrel, this, that. Congress doesn't solve problems, well, and that's a problem.
You get the sense, Chris, and this may change, this may be naive, but you get the sense, at least on this night, that if it were up to Barack Obama and Mike Huckabee, they might be able to sit down and reasonably work something out, because they seem, they may not end up being that way, but they seemed on this night, and to these voters in Iowa, to be the kinds of leaders that you're talking about, and that's clearly what people are looking for. One other point about Obama. I don't totally buy that whole third world or global view. I think what he's trying to do is marry that with traditional American rhetoric. And in his speech tonight, he said, my story could only happen in America. So what he's trying to do is say, you can have a global perspective and a uniquely American one at the same time, and that's incredibly reassuring to Americans who feel they've been read out of the world community. That's very, very powerful, but it's because it's so American. That's what he's trying to show.
But you know, there's a real problem here, and I think you're getting to it. You know, the real pros have not been really helpful to us over the years. You know, back when Nixon, of all people back in '74, was trying to do national health care, and he was really trying to do it, a mandated program. It was an employer mandate. It was pretty strong. Ted Kennedy didn't like the looks of it, so he undermined it. When Hillary Clinton was trying to do her health care plan, Bill Kristol ran a brilliant scorched earth campaign against her from outside government, and it worked. So there's always some guy on the other side who's willing to be a saboteur, and it's not too hard to do it once you want to do it. And it seems to me we've got to figure out how do we get those people to accept the best we can do and to try to make the best deal and not to try to kill what the other side said. When Hillary Clinton was also trying to do health care, somebody came along with an idea for, hey, look, why don't we take every public high school in the United States and really bolster up their infirmary so the kids can get shots, and the kids can get health checks, and the kids, at least while they're in school, can get pretty good health care. Just bolster up the nurse. Just give her more than she has, a few more people, a few more drugs, whatever, more chances to give shots. And she said, too small bore. It's not what I want. I want something bigger. So we got nothing. It's amazing how, I mean, the more you learn about government, how it just breaks down because of people being either perfectionists or saboteurs of the other side. And maybe you're right. Maybe these two guys are the kind of guy that'd say, damn it, let's try to get what we can get done in a year. Let's try to do the best health care plan we can figure out in a year and then sign the damn bill and move it on. I don't know.
I would say, Chris, though, that it's not party versus party, and it's not just bureaucracy. It's that there are entrenched interests that really don't want there to be advancement on the big issues that face America, on health care, on energy, on our infrastructure, and all of these things. If there isn't a leader who's got their eyes on the horizon, who actually has a vision of where they want to go and is willing to knock a few skulls to get there, then the people who end up holding the center and keeping things the way they are the, you know, pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies and all those interests.
Argument. I'm making a simpler argument, which is that politicians don't want other politicians to get credit. It's a jealousy game. They want all the credit. And that's why they don't want the other side to get any of the credit. And that's what often happens in these efforts to try to fix some problem. A side would rather the other side failed completely than something got done. And I think that's the trade-off you see too often in politics.
But sometimes it's not politician versus politician. Sometimes it's politician versus the system. And that's when populism has a role.
It is a useful argument for the ideologue, but unfortunately, inside the political game, I've seen so much vanity stand in the way of so much progress.
Who's arguing against health care reform? Who's arguing against energy independence? But nobody is. But there's a reason these things never happen. And it's not because somebody has a political platform where they say, I want America to keep going backwards on these issues. Everybody says they want to fix them, and they never get fixed. And it's because nobody's knocking the right heads.
Hillary Clinton could have cut a health care deal.
Well, maybe that's the case. Hillary says she's learned from that experience, and you can take that where you want to. But somebody's going to have to take on the insurance companies to win that, not just the other political party.
All right, let me step in. We're going to be back with our panel, and when we return, the words of the second-place finisher, John Edwards. He may be a little too used to that in Iowa. And the third-place finisher among the Democrats, Hillary Clinton, and also a question that will put me in the category of wet blanket once again on the subject of actual change and what we did or did not see of it in Iowa tonight. Chris Matthews and I will continue from here in New York. MSNBC's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses continues.
And now we move on. We move on from Iowa to New Hampshire and to the other states to determine who's best suited to bring about the change that this country so desperately needed. Because what we've seen here in Iowa is we've seen two candidates who thought their money would make them inevitable. But what the Iowa caucus goers have shown is if you're willing to have a little backbone, to have a little courage, to speak for the middle class, to speak for those who have no voice, if you're willing to stand up to corporate greed, that message in the American people are unstoppable. No matter how much money is spent, no matter how much, corporate greed has got a stranglehold on America. And unless and until we have a president in the proud tradition of Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, who has a little backbone, who has some strength, who has some fight, who's willing to stand up to these people, nothing will change. We will never have the America that all of us dream of. The promise of America, which has been available to so many of us, will not be available to our children and our grandchildren. And I take this very personally. I watched my grandmother, who I love dearly, work year after year after year in the mills. We lived in the same neighborhood. She would cook for us, leave the house, walk her way to the mill, work her shift, and come back home and take care of us again. My grandfather, who was partially paralyzed, would go to work the graveyard shift in that mill and come back in the morning when we'd have breakfast together. My father, who's here with me tonight, worked 36 years in the mills. Hard, tedious work. Hard, tedious work. Why did he do it? Why did he struggle and sacrifice? Why did your parents and grandparents struggle and sacrifice? They did it so that you could have a better life. My parents did it so that I could have a better life. And we, all of us, to whom the torch has been passed, we carry an enormous responsibility. And that responsibility transcends politics and transcends elections. It's our responsibility to ensure that we leave America better than we found it, that we give our children a better life than we've had.
Moments after that, a much more conciliatory, almost team player kind of speech from the third-place finisher, Hillary Clinton, as she spoke to her supporters.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. I'll tell you this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Well, we're going to take this enthusiasm and go right to New Hampshire tonight. This is a great night for Democrats. We have seen an unprecedented turnout here in Iowa, and that is good news because today we're sending a clear message that we are going to have change, and that change will be a Democratic president in the White House in 2009. I am so proud to have run with such exceptional candidates. I congratulate Senator Obama and Senator Edwards. I thank Senator Dodd and Senator Biden and Governor Richardson and Congressman Kucinich. Together, we have presented the case for change and have made it absolutely clear that America needs a new beginning. And I am as ready as I can be after having had this incredible experience here in Iowa, starting out a long time ago and making this journey with so many people who have become my friends and who I am so grateful for their hard work and support, those from Iowa, those who have come from around the country, and the people who were there exceeding anybody's expectations about what it would mean to have the caucuses this year. I thank you. I thank each and every one of you for coming out and standing up for a Democrat.
Let's again get the estimates from our panel on this. And as I said, this is going to make me look like the wet blanket in terms of change. Gene Robinson, explain to me, and I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong as I ask this question. I know there's a fundamental difference between some of the names I'm going to mention here. The 2008 Iowa Democratic caucuses, Obama 38%, Edwards 30%, Clinton 29%. The 2004 Democratic Iowa caucuses, Kerry 38%, Edwards 32%, Dean plus Gebhardt 29%. Explain to me what the difference actually was.
Well, a few years and you know, a terrible war in Iraq and these intractable problems that many people believe George W. Bush has succeeded in making much worse than they ever had to be. So I think we're in a slightly different situation, and in quite a different situation from the one we were in last time. And I get the sense that people really are looking for a different approach, for different people. It's interesting that neither Obama nor Huckabee talks about a kind of fake bipartisanship, you know, hands across the aisle. Each says he's going to lead. He wants to be inclusive, but they make clear that they want to lead in a direction. And I think the combination of inclusiveness, but also a sense of direction, is hopeful to people, and I think people are responding to that.
You know, I think that that makes the point. Pat Buchanan, I know you have strong views, but don't we need, well, not but don't we need people who have strong views to lead, and others have to sort of go along with them? That there isn't some common golden mean that allows us to move ahead by just sort of agreeing to be agreeable.
Well, I mean, this has been my view, frankly. I think your best leadership, and you would take Franklin Roosevelt, and I might take Ronald Reagan, is someone who comes to office with strong views, who knows where he wants to take the country, and who persuades a sufficient majority to follow him, and who succeeds. I mean, you mentioned government hasn't done anything right. We won the Cold War, the Soviet Empire collapsed. That was certainly one of the greatest achievements of all of our lives. And that's my view of it, Chris, is that it's not that you all get together in bipartisanship. It is that someone has the right ideas at the right time. My problem with the Democrats is I hear all this talk about change, change, change. I don't know exactly what they want to do in foreign policy, frankly, other than get out of Iraq. And I haven't heard any of them talk recently about what they think is going to happen there when we're gone.
Rachel Maddow, the subject of strong views, did not strong views get us the president we have as well? Is there not a fire to be played with in that category?
Well, it's interesting. I actually feel like, although I like Obama a lot more than I like George Bush as a politician, and I guess probably as a person, I see a lot of shades of George Bush as a candidate in what we're hearing from Obama, in that what Obama is actually offering are fairly liberal policies, but spoken in language and delivered in a style that's very moderate, and that's actually kind of post-partisan in tone. We don't think of George Bush's presidency as having been that way, but as a candidate, that's exactly what he was. He was proposing very conservative policies, but in a conciliatory, compassionate, post-partisan, can't we all just get along kind of way. And that's why people, I think, maybe ended up surprised at the way he governed. I think that Obama learned a little bit about how to campaign from what George Bush did. I hope that he would be, of course, a better president than Bush has been, though.
We need the country operates on argument. That's how we make progress. But in order to argue, you have to be able to listen. The thing about George Bush is, it's not just that he had strong views, and that part of it Pat would agree and probably support him. It's that George Bush never seemed to be willing to listen. You can have strong views and listen. The way we achieve consensus, the way we move forward, is by letting everybody have their say and listening to their say, and then there's legitimacy to whatever deal results. It's that George Bush didn't seem to listen. These guys seem like people who are willing to listen, at least as of tonight.
Keith, bipartisanship gave us the war in Iraq. It was the people who were out there on the extremes, you might say, who were saying, this is an insane idea to send an army up to Baghdad. It's when the Democratic leadership in the Senate, all these folks running out there right now, Dodd and Biden and Kerry and Edwards and Clinton and the whole gang, and Daschle gave Bush a blank check that we got a bipartisan war. And it was the folks, I think, who are outside standing up and saying no, who are the ones that should have been listened to.
Can I agree with Pat?
Boy, I'm just going to say, Pat, boy, when you get me, you really get me. That's right.
I think the biggest mistake we make in American politics is that the truth lies somewhere in between the two sides that are arguing, when oftentimes it's outside the box. The way to look at Iraq wasn't to reach a common ground on when to go or whether we went with the UN support or not, or after several inspections or not. It was whether it made sense for the American army to be placed in the middle of Arabia surrounded by hostile countries. Was that a smart move or not?
Yeah,
we didn't have the right debate.
Chris, balance does not mean fair. Thank you to Pat Buchanan, to Howard Feynman, to Eugene Robinson, to Rachel Maddow. And don't forget, Chris and I will be back for coverage of the second test of the presidential campaign, the New Hampshire primary, on Tuesday. For Chris Matthews, I'm Keith Olbermann. Let's leave you with some of the sights and the sounds of our evening in Iowa.
A warmer day, finally getting a little bit above average. Good weather for caucusing tonight at 6 p.m. and until 7.
Don't touch the hair.
Well then, we shall start.
The Iowa caucuses, it all happens tonight.
Some facilities are just bursting at the seams.
And NBC News is now calling the Republican straw vote as a victory for Mike Huckabee.
You win the silver in one event, it doesn't mean you're not going to come back and win the gold in the final event, and that we're going to do.
One, you can't buy an election in Iowa, and two, that negative campaigns don't work.
Tonight, the people of Iowa made a choice. Their choice was for a change.
Here it is. Barack Obama, the junior senator from Illinois, has won the Democratic caucuses in Iowa.
And you have created and started a tidal wave of change that will travel from here to New Hampshire, to Nevada, to South Carolina, all across this country. Thank you for second place.
I am so ready for the rest of this campaign, and I am so ready to lead.
But together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things, because we are not a collection of red states and blue states. We are the United States of America. And in this moment, in this election, we are ready.